is in. We will also have a parliamentarian, given the importance of the issues we'll be discussing. I have asked the parliamentarian to assist us today to provide advice on procedure. Julie, I believe her last name is pronounced Piak, is a professional registered parliamentarian with the National Association of Parliamentarians. She is joining us via Zoom and will be advising on meeting processes to make sure that we follow our governing documents and our adopted parliamentary authority, Robert's Rules of Order. Review and approval of the meeting minutes from September 7th, 2021. Do I have a motion to approve?
I'll make that motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
I'll take Scott as my second. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Mr. Rubin?
Yeah, I'd just like to mention the last thing under the minutes. It says the next meeting will be Tuesday, October 5th at 10:00 a.m. was the fixed date and time for the next regular meeting of the Board of Health. And every time I ask why that meeting was canceled, I get a different answer. So I just wanted the public to be aware that it seems there was no good answer for why that meeting was canceled, and that meeting was set at our first meeting in January when we started this term.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by aye. Aye. Opposed, same. Motion carries. Review and approval of the agenda. I would like to revise and update the removal of the board chair to allow for action, given additional information from the parliamentarian. Are there any objections? Hearing none.
Can you restate that, Madam Chair?
Yes, just to update the item indicated as removal of the board chair, allow for action given additional information from the parliamentarian. Previously, it was indicated as informational.
Thank you.
Is there a motion to approve as revised?
I would so move.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion?
I've got a question. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I thought somebody was.
Go ahead.
Normally, at our county board meetings, when we have items involving requested action, there are written documents, usually a written motion. And I don't see any for Health Officer Lisa Peacock, no written action, no written motion for Dr. Meyerson. You've addressed the board chair. And then the last one, legal counsel. So I don't see any written document from which to work, which always creates uncertainty for me because I'm not clear what it is that's going to be the topic of discussion. I regard those as unfortunate. I regard them as a bit chaotic.
Thank you. We did receive several communications that were in your packet. One it was a letter from Rubin, Hankins, and Pellerito. There was another email that was transmitted by Mr. Rubin. I did review those requests with the parliamentarian. I did request language that would be appropriate to what I believe is going to be their intent. I have those written. I will pass those out prior to the time we get there, so everybody has an opportunity to review the language, and we'll go from there.
Thank you.
Mr. Rubin.
Yeah, I got a question. The agenda here, it says Board of Health meeting, but when you look online, it says special meeting. And we have the date and time of the regular meeting. So is it a regular meeting or is it a special meeting? And what's the significance?
This is a regular meeting. There was an agenda that was in process for a special meeting when we had resignation of 2 Emmett County commissioners. we can no longer legally hold a meeting of the Board of Health until those seats were filled. Once they were filled, the next opportunity to hold the meeting, given scheduling, was our regular meeting. So we held it during the regular meeting, seeing as everybody already planned on being here for the regular meeting.
So the notice that's posted that says special meeting is an error.
Yes.
Madam Chair, I have a question.
Yes.
If that's the case, if it was an error, our bylaws indicate that we are not allowed to have a meeting outside of Charlevoix without a resolution from the board to have it outside of Charlevoix. Can you answer that one for me, please?
Which section?
Your bylaws also say it has to be at the Board of Health building or facility as well. So, and I didn't think you did that last month either. So.
Yeah.
Pull it up. Give me a moment. I'll pull up the bylaws.
So I have meetings shall be scheduled during the regular operative hours of Northwest Michigan Community Health Agency or at other times with the approval of the majority of the membership of the board. Meetings will be conducted with the Open Meetings Act and will follow guidelines of Robert's Rules of Order. The place of the meetings will be at the office of the Health Department or at such other locations as shall be specified by resolution of the board.
Correct.
Special meetings of the board may be scheduled and public notice will be posted in accordance with the Open Meeting Act. Are you requesting that we do not conduct the meeting today, sir?
I'm requesting what gave us authority to have a meeting in Antrim County per section 3. If we've not been contacted for, or to have a resolution to allow it other places, are we violating our own bylaws?
I'm going to defer to the attorney on this one. I can tell you the reason we had it at Antrim County is because the health department has supplies in their meeting room right now. There's not availability of space within the health department. The library was our backup, which we have met. We did not do a resolution to meet at the library in Charlevoix either. It was accepted by this board to meet there. Given the last meeting, we were not invited back to the library. They were concerned with safety issues. This board was concerned with safety issues. Both members and staff had indicated they had a concern for safety. And so in order to accommodate those concerns and provide the members of the public, the members of the board and the staff a sense of security and safety, I did ask to have it at the Antrim County building.
Madam Chair, I understand your reasoning, but again, I don't believe we're following our bylaws. What does the board think? I guess I put that up for discussion.
Mr. Ruby?
Yeah, it seems pretty clear that time after time, we've been violating our bylaws in the last couple months, and it's not proper. And we should have had a meeting October 5th. And now we're meeting here and we never had any collaboration or communication with the rest of the board, whether they thought it was a good idea or not. We are setting down the road of one person makes all the decisions and nobody else gets involved. And when you have a government entity, communication and collaboration are key. And here we go again.
And the bylaws and regulations are an item within the agenda today for that very reason. It was clear that our bylaws were lacking. We'll talk about that when we get to that section, if we get to that section. Anybody else care to discuss?
Well, I'd say in Emmet County, we've got a 14-page set of rules of procedure for the conduct of meetings. And I think that We also have a full page of rules for public comment, and everybody benefits from rules. I saw these and I had to keep looking over to look for the remaining 11 pages. The Board of Health, regardless of how somebody feels about any particular person, benefits from order, structure, clarity, predictability. And I think that that is an item that needs to be handled. We can also talk, as I've alluded to, the public comment rules, which are exactly what we use in Emma County and have employed with great success. The question today, however, is everybody's here, everybody figured out how to get here. What do you want to do? I mean, I'd be delighted to go home. Because I don't see an action item here that is one that I support. So I'm delighted at the idea we could skip the meeting for all sorts of reasons that others have offered, but that seems a bit counterproductive.
I think that'd be very counterproductive. The public, this is a public entity. This is a governmental agency. And the public, regardless of which, and I hate to phrase it this way, but regardless of which side they're on, the public, the taxpayers have a right to address this public body. And they've been denied that throughout the entire month of October. Even though our bylaws state we shall have a monthly meeting. As Commissioner Rubin stated, we voted on this meeting schedule and it was set aside without any resolution of this body. So I think we're here. I would agree that it's not in compliance with our bylaws, but let's have the meeting. Let's not continue. That's my 2 cents worth. Let's have the meeting. Let's continue to function the way that we're supposed to.
Madam Chair, do we need a resolution or a motion to have a resolution to have the meeting here today?
So we can either call for a motion to adjourn the meeting based on the point of order made regarding the violations of the bylaws, or you can make a motion to adopt a resolution allowing for this meeting to be held in this location. Is there a motion to either effect?
I'll make that motion. That we
Motion to
continue,
continue to meet
meeting today,
and by
yes.
resolution at the place and time as stated where we are currently meeting.
Yes.
Is there a second?
Yes.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? The motion is, oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Julie.
Karen, can it be noted in that motion that we understand what we've done wrong, but we're still going to go ahead with that motion?
That sounds like an amendment to a motion. You already have a motion that's been seconded.
Would you like to make that amendment?
Yes,
I need a motion to amend. Julie has made a motion to amend that it indicate it's in violation of our bylaws. However, given circumstances, we wish to.
correct.
Is there a second to that?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Karen.
Rob?
I do.
Before we vote on it, would you read it back to make sure I understand what it is that this amendment says? I mean, it can be Julie or it can be the
The
chair.
amendment is to recognize the violation of bylaws, but to continue with the meeting.
Thank you.
Is there any further discussion for the amendment? Hearing none. Roll call, please. On the amendment.
Ruby,
Yes.
Bargy,
Yes?
Rolla,
Yes,
Hankin,
Yes.
McKinnon.
Yeah, yeah.
Coon,
No,
Valerito,
Yes.
Howard.
Yes,
Who was my no?
Excellent.
Oops. Amendment passes. Final motion reflects the indication that in recognition we have violated our bylaws, we wish to continue at the fixed time and place of the 11/2 meeting being at Antrim County. 10 a.m. start time. Any further discussion for the amended motion? Roll call, please.
Ruby,
Yes.
Bargy,
Yes?
Rolla,
yes,
Hankin,
Yes.
McKinnon,
Yes.
Coon,
yes,
Valerito,
Yes.
Howard.
yes.
Motion passes.
I would ask a quick question, Chair. Under Robert's rules, we're supposed to rotate the order in which people's names are called for the roll call vote. Do you practice that as part of your meetings? It should not always be in the same order.
Jen, if you can accommodate that. Yep. A rotation through, thank you. All right. We have a motion on the floor to approve the agenda as revised. First is second was Rob. First is Scott, second is Rob. Is there any further discussion? Mr. Rubin?
Yeah, so I just got a question. The last meeting, we didn't have any rules. Now we got 12 rules for public comment. Who came up with them and why?
We can discuss that as a separate motion. I will answer it that, given the contentious nature of our last meeting, I did look at different board rules. Emmett County had a very long and well-written code of conduct, board rules for their public comment. I looked at Antrim County's. Given that they had everything spelled out in theirs, they continue to do so at the beginning of each of their agenda items. I did put those out there because I think that our objective here is to allow the public to have an opportunity to speak, as well as we have an agenda and business to conduct. So
Yeah.
if you wish to object to those or adopt those, we can address those after the agenda. I have a motion on the floor.
I would like to speak to them after the agenda.
Any further discussion on the agenda? Hearing none, roll call, please.
McKinnon,
Yes.
Coon,
yes,
Valerito,
Yes.
Howard,
Yes,
Ruby,
Yes.
Bargy,
Yes?
Rolla,
yes,
Hankin.
Yes.
All right. Public comment. I am going to read this conduct for public comment, and then we will have a discussion if you so wish to object to any individual or to the rules in general. The purpose is the public comment is welcomed by the Board of Health. Members of the public attending in person may address the Board of Health during public comment on any agenda item. Any member of the public speaking under the privilege of public comment must voice their comments and concerns with respect and may speak no longer than 2 minutes. Please be reminded that public comment is just that. It affords the Health Board an opportunity to hear your views and remarks. The public should not expect to engage commissioners or staff in debate. Questions about Health Board matters are best directed to individual commissioners between meetings. The availability of public comment is recognized by Robert's Rules of Orders and Michigan Open Meetings Act to provide for orderly comment from the public. To that end, the following information is provided. There is a sign-up sheet for those who wish to speak during public comment. A person who wishes to speak during public comment will first obtain recognition by the chairperson before speaking. The person will stand at the podium so that the microphone located there will be able to amplify the person's voice. The person addresses the chairperson on behalf of the entire board. Public comment is not to be addressed to individual commissioners or staff. The person will first state their first and last name with spelling of the name if necessary. There is a 2-minute time limit for each speaker. There will be someone keeping time. Mr. McGinnis has volunteered to take time. There will be someone keeping time after you state your name and spelling the way they will start the timer. Once you hear the ding, please be respectful and end your comment. A speaker may speak only once at public comment. There is no provision for another audience member to donate their 2-minute time to a speaker. A speaker will be out of order if the speaker disrupts the meeting, fails to be germane, by speaking longer than the allotted time, by speaking vulgarities, or by making a personal attack on a board member or health department employee that is unrelated to the performance of that person's duties. If a speaker is called out of order, that speaker will not be able to speak again at the same meeting. If the speaker continues to disrupt the meeting or is disorderly, the chairperson may request the removal of the speaker by law enforcement. Members of the public shall refrain from interrupting the designated speaker. The chairperson may interrupt the speaker at any time to enforce the rules. Members of the public are not to approach the board members or distribute any materials during the meeting. Members of the public shall not engage in disruptive, discourteous, belligerent, impertinent, threatening, disparaging, or otherwise uncivil behavior. Members of the public who refuse to conform with the rules despite being cautioned to do so by the chairperson may be asked to leave the meeting and/or will result in a suspension of proceedings and adjournment. The chairperson will have the discretion to permit members of the public to speak at times other than times reserved for public comment. Do I have a motion to adopt, or would you like to discuss? Mr. Ruby?
Item number 5 says there's a 2-minute time limit. Every meeting we've had up to this time, we've had a 3-minute time limit. Last month, we didn't have a meeting, so technically they should have 6 minutes because they didn't get their 3 minutes last month. But at this time, I would like to make a motion to change number 5 to 3 minutes.
You don't have it, we haven't adopted anything, so your motion
Well,
is to
we-
just change the one, okay?
We can take one item if that's. So he would like number 5 to be a 3-minute time instead of 2 minutes. Is there a support?
Yes.
Any discussion? The motion is to increase the time limit to 3 minutes. Roll call, please.
Valerito,
Yes.
Howard,
No,
Ruby,
Yes,
Bargy,
No,
Rolla,
No,
Hankins,
Yes.
McGinnis,
No,
Coon.
No,
motion fails. Time remains at 2 minutes. Any other items, Mr. Rubin?
yeah, number 10. There's people on both sides that have done a lot of research on masks. There's people that have done a lot of research on health orders. There's people that have done a lot of research on epidemics, pandemics. If they've done a lot of research and they've got something written up that they would like to hand out, I would like to honor them by taking that paper from them. So I would move to strike number 10.
We can have that given to our staff that's sitting outside the door where public comment was signed up for. It's inappropriate to approach the board members or the staff during a meeting. And that would be out of order.
it's normally out of order at every county meeting I've ever been involved with. Any document made available to the board goes to the secretary. Nobody has ever been allowed to come up and hand out documents at a county board meeting. I would not be a party to that.
So if there is materials that they would wish to provide to the board, they can do so at the sign up table for public comment. Any other items for discussion?
Madam Chair, under item number 11, members of the public shall not engage in disruptive, discourteous, belligerent, impertinent, threatening, disparaging, or otherwise uncivil behavior. My issue is with the definition of discourteous. Who gets to decide that? Because, and the reason that I asked that question is loud is allowed. If people want to very passionately address this board, this is a governmental agency. They have the right to do so. And I have a question about who determines what is discourteous.
The chair will give a warning for anyone who is found to be in violation of these rules. I believe that I was very courteous to all individuals who participated at our last meeting, but we did have individuals that continued to interrupt the meeting. This is language that was at Emmett County. Breach of peace is what the Open Meetings Act indicates. I don't have a problem giving a warning. What I have is continued violations. If somebody is impassioned during their time to speak, I don't have a problem with that. I have a problem with people clapping and disrupting the meeting to stall for the next 2 or 3 minutes. We certainly had a very long meeting last time. And I'd like everybody that did take the time to show up today have the opportunity to speak. And so that's the intent, is to make sure everybody has the opportunity to speak and is treated with respect.
I understand that and I appreciate that. I'm not sure that to quote Bill Clinton, and I'm not a supporter, but to quote Bill Clinton, it depends on what is. So simple disagreement or applause to support a speaker's position, I don't believe is being discourteous. And I think that that when we put words in writing and we adopt those words, it carries some weight with it. So I would ask that we amend item number 11 to exclude the words discourteous, belligerent, impertinent, and I'm in agreement with disruptive, threatening, disparaging, or otherwise uncivil behavior. I don't think that any actions such as that, threatening or disparaging or disruptive, I don't believe that behavior like that should be condoned or allowed. But to say discourteous, that's too broad of a definition.
Support.
It's been moved by Mr. Hankins, seconded by Rubin, to amend number 11 to exclude the words discourteous, belligerent, and impertinent. Is there any other discussion?
I was with them on discourteous. The belligerent word bothers me, and I know discourteous has got to be one that's the least easy to sort out. And I appreciate what Scott's saying. You know, what's discourteous? Well, is it because he doesn't agree with me? But the problem is when, and I was thinking, well, he's probably got a good point. But once we think out the word belligerent as well, belligerent is really threatening. And it may be another way of saying disruptive and threatening, which is still in there. But I think one that I would want to keep in there. So I was with them on discourteous. I'm not there with belligerent. So say that.
Do you have, are you moving to amend to include belligerent?
Well, I'm going to let Scott decide. He made the motion, but I mean, I don't disagree with some of the stuff you're talking about. I just don't like to leave out the word. If you said, take out discourteous and impertinent, well, impertinent talks about, is it relevant? But even that one, I may be tough. But if you just said, all I want to take out is discourteous, I'd say, yeah, fine, because that's really a challenging one. just when we talk about belligerent, then I'm not so sure I want to take it out, so. And quite frankly, in Emmet County, these rules have been pretty well used. We've never really had to sort that one out much. Usually people, if they're discourteous, they're also disruptive, also belligerent, also threatening, and also disparaging, you know, so. That's the last one on the list, so. I mean, if you said take out discourteous, I'd say fine, that doesn't bother me. I mean, these rules we're starting up with 0, and we're only adding 11 rules, so if we take out discourteous, I think that's a win. How do you feel about that? Or,
I guess, and I understand what you're saying, and that's my point, really.
yeah,
We get to the point where we're parsing what words mean.
right,
I think if in my motion, it would read, members of the public shall not engage in disruptive, threatening, disparaging, or otherwise uncivil behavior. Because again, if it's up to the chair to determine solely what's discourteous or what is belligerent or what is impertinent, that puts sole control of that speaker in the eyes of the chair.
well, I'll tell you what then, because we have 11 rules here, and all you want to do is get rid of discourteous, belligerent, and impertinent. But you want to keep in disruptive, threatening, disparaging, or otherwise uncivil. I don't know. What do you think, Karen?
I think that if you would like to amend his motion to remove belligerent and impertinent, that I need a motion to amend his motion to remove those 2 items from his striking, which would effectively keep that in item number 11 and only remove discourteous.
Before I do, I don't want to be the only guy jabbering here.
Fine, please. Excuse me.
I didn't hear
After
what
that.
somebody said. All right, Bill's got. Tired of talking.
Julie?
Karen, I think you tried very, very hard September 7th to keep people from being those things. I think that they got the message, and I hope that they will heed that message today. It's very difficult for you to make those decisions, but I think as a board, we need to trust that you will do that.
Anyone else? Do you wish to vote on the motion to remove all 3, or does somebody wish to make an amendment to just make it excluding discourteous?
We should vote on the motion and move on.
Then I will call the question. Roll call, please.
Valerito,
Yes.
Howard,
No,
Ruby,
Yes.
Bargy,
No?
Roloff,
No,
Hankin,
Yes,
McInnes,
No,
Coon.
No,
Motion fails. Language remains. Any other items? Adopt as amended. Do I have a motion to that effect?
move.
second,
Any discussion? Mr. Rubin?
Yeah, I think we should set up a committee to look at these rules probably before the next meeting and amend them. Just because they're good for Emmett County doesn't mean they're good for the Board of Health. I'm not saying they're bad, but just without many of us having a chance to look through them for very long, we need to look through these and make sure that they're right for this board. And we may need to add something else, and we may need to strike some. So I think it should be looked at before the next meeting.
We'll put that under. I'm sure I got a number here somewhere. Under committee reports to discuss public comment rules.
Aren't you, I think it's great. I would suggest that we incorporate also just general bylaws and the rules that, because that's a subset of a whole set of rules. And I think this group will benefit regardless of anybody's hopes and dreams for the Board of Health. Order is better. And I think it should be expanded to include the bylaws. There's a lot of, I mean, first time I read them, as I said, I was kind of turning the page for the rest of them, you know, so.
That's already an item on the agenda, Madam Chair, I believe.
It is update and revision to the Board of Health bylaws and rules. It's informational only. Lisa Peacock will address that, but we'll talk about committee assignments at committee reports. Motion stands to adopt as amended. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call, please.
And we're voting on the.
As amended
Okay.
with the changes that we made today. So it remains at 3 minutes, or I'm sorry, it remains at 2 minutes. And we did not make any changes to number 10. Number 11 failed as well. It remains all intact as it was stated. Roll call.
Roloff,
Yes.
Hankin,
No.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Coons,
Yes.
Colorado,
No,
Howard,
Yes,
Rubin,
No.
Bargy,
Yes,
Roloff.
you called her
You
first.
called already.
Oh, sorry.
You already voted.
Do I get to vote twice?
We're gonna name building.
Got it
name
I was
that.
gonna say, she got a building, so you can't have it all. Yeah.
Well, that's right.
motion passes. We will abide by the rules today. Making sure I covered all my bases.
And just, so you know, Madam Chair, I won't start the stopwatch till after they've provided their name. They choose to say where they're from. It's not part of the rules. I got 2 flashcards here. I'm not going to interrupt somebody by saying how far along they are, but I want them to know where they are so they can gauge their time. It's just worked before when we tried it. It's pretty straightforward.
Currently I have 54 individuals signed up so far. I'm sure I have more in the hallway. Those will be brought in. We will start, we'll identify the first person, and I also will call the next person on the list so that they are prepared for their turn in line. So first person up is Larry Carell for public comment. Amy Carell is next.
I'm sorry, Karen, how many did you say?
Currently I have 65 so far signed up today.
Thank you.
Just a quick reminder that we will try to take a break probably in the next 45 minutes just for a recess to use the bathroom, etc. I want to make sure everybody has that opportunity. So we will call for that. And if it gets out of hand, we'll recess as well. I think we're going to do fine today. Mr. Carell, thank you. You may begin.
My name is Larry Carell, Corell. Good morning. Probably appropriate that I'm first on the list because I wish to speak to your agenda. I applaud your obtaining a certified parliamentarian. I think it's a great move. I'm been distressed watching this board being used to abuse the constitutionally mandated right to a representational government. The results of the recent months only serve to prove that Michigan politics seem to be deliberately opaque. I'll give you a quote. In 2015, the Center for Public Integrity and Global Integrity conducted a national study of state ethics and transparency laws on safeguards, which found that Michigan was the least transparent state in the nation. End of quote. That's terrible. There are 2 items included in today's agenda that concern me. You've already addressed one, but I'll still mention it because I wrote this to fit into 2 minutes. Number 1, public comment is being provided under increased restriction. Please clarify who drafted those rules, where and when, and in what meeting did this occur? Was it a public adoption? You've kind of done that, but you've got more work to do. Was the public notified prior to this meeting of the new rules? My second one is even greater. Toward the end of today's agenda, the health officer will clarify changes to the Northwest Health Board bylaws. Again, who, where, and when did this occur? I've been understood that, listening to you, that it's something you're discussing. My question still would be, such changes are to be made only by the board itself in open session. Why isn't a board member speaking to this issue? Perhaps even reserved to you, Madam Chairman. When your bylaws change secretly or on the spur of the moment, you break already?
Yeah, that's why I gave you these two signals here. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
I know it's short.
Thank you, sir. Amy Carell. Next is Greg Bentley.
We'll check timers. I have mine here too. Amy Carell, Otsego County. Things have changed since I wrote this, so bear with me. The remarks about the following subject are not directed at the hired persons. They are directed at the board. Tyranny, by definition, is the exercise of power over subjects with a rigor not authorized by law or justice or not required for the purposes of government, which suggests that there can be good government, law, and justice. I believe the governments of this land, state, federal, and local have gone rogue. And you are practicing tyranny in the public by not justifying the mask mandate or mandating vaccines. That hasn't happened yet. It is not law and not made into law by mandating masking. Our students and workers. The governments and bureaucrats who are trying to enforce masking are tyrannical and need to be stopped. I'm calling on all school boards to stop the masking of our students. Dr. Ben Carson says that 0.025% of children are at risk of even getting the bug. This fear has to be stopped. No longer will I be mandated. And if you dare to make it law, I will see you in court. Show me the papers that say a student must be quarantined after exposure. Show one of the numbers that say they are quarantined. A quarantined student has come down with the bug after exposure. This is a flu bug. And those who are already compromised are at risk.
Thank you. Sir, if you could refrain from raising your hand, it's distracting to the rest of the board
I'm
members.
gonna get it checked out. I think I might have Tourette's.
Greg Bentley. Next on deck is Josh Meyerson.
Greg Bentley, Charlevoix County. Good morning. It's good to see some smiling faces here amongst the fearful and the unbelieving. On April 29th, this year, 53rd Circuit Judge Aaron Gauthier of Sheboygan placed a restraining order on Dr. Meyerson. On the first page of the order, Judge Gauthier reminded the parties that emergencies require nimble responses. No doubt, but the Constitution is not suspended during an emergency, and courts have intervened at times to preserve constitutional structures of government and protection of individual liberty. On page 7 of that order, Judge Gauthier said, "The path chosen by the health department is deeply troubling. Simply ordering citizens to be confined in their homes without advising them of their legal options whatsoever, that cannot be the proper approach in a free republic." Judge Gauthier ruled that the plaintiffs have shown irreparable harm, being ordered confined to their home for a 14-day period akin to house arrest. The judge went on to say the plaintiffs suffered harm and sustained infringement on liberty by being confined to their home for 14 days. Now, what I have here, these are the signed oaths of office for everyone that's on the board here. You've signed an oath to protect our constitutional rights, not to uphold unconstitutional mandates by tyrants, okay? Now, I'm sure you've seen these in your mail. This propaganda is put out by the same people that fund this health department. They're lying. The FDA fully approves Pfizer vaccine for people 16 and older, and now for 5 and up. That's a lie. That vaccine is not available in America. It's only approved. What you're getting in your arm is a experimental drug that has emergency use only. Dr. Rubin, Harvard professor of immunology and a voting member of the FDA advisory committee, was asked, based on the totality of scientific evidence available, do the benefits of the Pfizer biotech vaccine when administered as a dose outweigh its risk for use in children 5 to 11 years old? And it wasn't.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Meyerson. Next on deck is John Forbes.
Hi, Josh Meyerson. I'm from Petoskey, Michigan. As a citizen of Emmett County, I am deeply concerned about the statements and actions taken by members of the Board of Health over the last several months. Our communities expect and deserve good governance based on the rule of law and efficient management of resources. I have served as medical director for several local health departments in Michigan for 21 years, and I've never previously witnessed such poor governance by elected officials and overt disrespect for their employees. The pandemic has been the greatest collective challenge to our community for a generation or more. Healthcare workers, including the many dedicated public health employees, have continually worked beyond reasonable expectations to meet the needs of everyone in the community while constantly facing obstacles such as limited resources and staffing challenges. The Health Board should be acting to assure that these essential services to the public are maintained, but instead have created an environment that can only be described as hostile and has led to a loss of staff, decreased morale, and a waste of taxpayer dollars and employee time responding to a crisis of their own making. As I'm sure our commissioners know, the state laws that grant authority and oblige a health officer to issue orders are made and can only be changed at the state level. As has been made quite clear, many commissioners here do not agree with these laws, and I fully respect their right to this opinion. Everyone is free to respectfully advocate for change, but instead their actions aimed at the local health department have only served to inflame citizens and have instilled fear and uncertainty in their employees and ultimately waste taxpayer money. The citizens that elected all of you deserve and expect you to serve community needs, not promote political agendas that are wasteful and threaten the provision of essential services. Thank you.
Thank you. Don Forbes.
My name is Don Forbes, as you just said. I brought my Bible up. You know, I had planned to maybe go off my notes, but I thought maybe this would be a better witness to bring the scripture up here. You know, do any of you guys read this? Obviously, you don't read the Constitution. Just wondering if you read the Bible. We're living in biblical times right now. What's going on with this vaccine is the vehicle for the mark of the beast. Some of you probably know that. The rest of you guys act like you don't, or you're just too ignorant to see it. I use a nice word because you're all up there trying to define free speech. That's exactly what I heard, Mr. Hankins, when you were making your complaints about the wording. Let's redefine free speech. Let's make it so everybody has to be so nice that our country can go to hell in a handbasket and everybody be really nice about it. So, you know, I'm not even going to go off my notes because this is just ridiculous. The scripture says, when you get up to witness in front of somebody, don't prepare. Just let the Holy Spirit guide you. And that's what I'm going to let him do today. I prayed there that he would. But this is nauseating, okay? And you guys with masks on, all you're doing, I mean, I kind of love the masks. It kind of shows where you stand. It's kind of ignorant. I hate to give you a tip, but I love it. So keep being afraid that this boogeyman of a virus is going to get you. Keep doing it. Keep teasing about ivermectin and the natural drugs. Keep the censorship going. Everybody's waking up. The American people are waking up. Mr. Jarvis said, we're setting down the road of, he was looking for a word there for a minute. We're setting down the road of lawlessness. That's what it is. It's lawlessness. And you people are going to be on the wrong side of history. You don't even know which bathroom to use, you know? So, I mean, I think we're pretty much, you guys are in trouble. You're on the wrong side of history. We got our borders are being broken down. We got ships waiting in the harbor, can't be unloaded. In less than a year, this government has destroyed our country. And you folks are helping. Live with that.
Mr. William Hindle. Judith Hindle is next in line.
My name is William Hindle. What is tyranny? Cruel, unreasonable, or arbitrary use of power or control? I'm here today to express my outrage over the unfounded, non-scientific, and unconstitutional mask mandate that has been forced upon thousands of children in northern Michigan. It's obvious by the public outcry that Ms. Peacock and Mr. Myerson are not performing their jobs in accordance with the law or with integrity. We know for a fact that the schools are receiving extra money for the kids wearing masks in schools. This needs to be questioned. Using children for monetary gain is wrong and evil. I ask that the board, all of you guys here, effective immediately, to terminate Ms. Peacock and Ms. Myerson for the abuse of power and tyrannical rule over our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Judith Hindle. Next on deck is Mary Moore.
Hello, good morning. My name is Judith Hindle, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the children and the parents. The Northwest Michigan Board of Health has massively failed this community in regards to the unconstitutional mask mandate. Our Constitution protects us from a tyrannical government that oversteps its bounds. Under the Nuremberg Code, we are protected from unwanted medical procedures and devices. The health department has failed this community by their actions. They have had every opportunity to rescind the order, yet they continue to refuse. Clearly, monetary gain and political agenda are far more important than the health and well-being of our children. I would like to know exactly how much COVID relief funding the health department has received, as well as every stipulation attached to that money. I also have come to understand that the school district may be receiving extra money for the enforcement of mask mandates on our children. Is this the real reason behind the unconstitutional mask mandate? To make matters worse, the health department has violated their own mission statement, I quote, to serve an entire community to achieve health equity by promoting well-being and preventing disease. I beg to differ. There is no promotion of health equity or disease prevention when children are suffering from hypoxia, RSV, bacterial pneumonia, staph infections, anxiety, fear, and psychological abuse at the hands of Dr. Myerson and Ms. Peacock. Here's one more fun fact before I conclude. Out of 83 counties in Michigan, only 14 have mask mandates. Out of those 14 counties, 8 are under the jurisdiction of Dr. Myerson and Ms. Peacock. What is the real agenda here? I wonder. I conclude my time with a request to terminate the contract of Mr. Myerson and Ms. Peacock effective immediately.
Thank you. Mary Moore. Next is Jeff Nyquist.
So it's Mary Moore. It's 2 O's, M-O-O-R-E. Emmett County. I urge you to terminate the contracts of Lisa Peacock and Dr. Myerson and offer 7 reasons why. Reason 1, they appear to be political operatives. This health department accepted $10.5 million in state and federal grants last year, more this year. It looks likely that these funds have strings and that our health department is being paid by state and federal agencies to push masking, vaccinations, and other questionable protocols. Reason 2, they think they are above the law. They openly flout Public Law 87, which forbids them to mask our kids. And when we, the people, apply checks and balances like today, they complain that they are being bullied. Reason 3, they contributed to COVID deaths by failing to provide early treatments. Experts say 80% of COVID deaths could have been avoided with early and preventative treatments, but you cannot even find the term early treatment on the health department website. Reason 4, they stoke fear. The health department has exacerbated people's fear of COVID by hyping meaningless case counts, by misusing PCR tests, by falsely claiming asymptomatic spread, by failing to offer early treatments, and by demanding dehumanizing masks, which screen out smoke better than they do the COVID virus. Reason 5, they embrace lies. They accept the lies put out by Fauci, FDA, CDC, NIH, and the other agencies in bed with Big Pharma. The lies include masks keep you safe. Experimental vaccines are safe and effective and better than natural immunity. Ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine are dangerous drugs. These are lies. Reason 6, their end game is coercive 100% vaccination for a virus with 99.99% survival rate. This violates the 1948 Nuremberg Code, every known code of medical ethics, and every liberty, interest, and fundamental human right that this country was founded to preserve and protect. Alexander Solzhenitsyn said, "Live not by lies." Let us reject the COVID lies in this community and reject and replace health board leadership. We can do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff Nyquist. Next is Dr. Gilbert Noriot.
I'm Jeff Nyquist, Emmett County. I'm here because I'm concerned about vaccine mandates and the idea that people could be forced to take a medical treatment or lose their job, or that a child would be forced. This is an experimental vaccine, and I have a lot of concerns because I was trained, scientifically trained, not in medicine, but I understand that the scientific process is not always so scientific. It's not always pristine. It's human beings. Human beings make mistakes. The vaccines are new. The idea to take something that's new and to give it to children who have many years ahead of them would be very, very dangerous because, look, this vaccine hasn't been around long enough to know what the harm it might do in 2 years, in 3 years, in 5 years, in 10 years. If there's cancers down the road, if there's autoimmune problems. I suffer from an autoimmune illness because I was exposed to chemicals. People do suffer illnesses and problems from vaccines. This vaccine therapy is new. It's a new technology. There's a lot we don't know. It should be voluntary. It should be an individual choice. It should never be mandated. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Gilbert Noriot. Susan Killiam is next. Dr. Gilbert Noriot.
Might just rotate him or something.
Susan Killam.
Good morning. My name is Susan Killam, Killam. I have lived in the city of Charlevoix for 41 years, and for 30 of those years, I worked at this health department in the position of a nurse practitioner. After retiring 10 years ago, I was brought back 1 year ago to help with COVID contact tracing, which I did for 7 months. So I can speak as an employee of this health department. I want to commend the work that they have done to navigate us through this deathly pandemic. They have worked hard. They have provided leadership under the direction of Medical Director Josh Meyerson and under our Health Officer Lisa Peacock. I appreciate the work they've done, and I also appreciate the work of all of the employees of the health department. During the time I was doing contact tracing, we worked 7 days a week from 8 a.m. in the morning to 5 p.m. Often I would get calls back after hours, people returning phone calls to me. This is an incredible agency that deserves our support and our recognition. We don't want to undermine them. We don't want to malign them. We want to support them. That's who we are. That's who we are as citizens. Please do that as Board of Health members. Support this agency. It is an incredible, and we're very, very fortunate to have this leadership. Thank you.
Thank you. Linda Yarrow. Next is Veronica Welter.
Good morning. My name is Linda Yarrow, Y-A-R-O-C-H. I am a retired health officer and public health nurse with over 40 years of experience with the Health Department of Northwest Michigan. I applaud the Board of Health and the Health Department leadership, the staff, and all the volunteers and agencies who worked tirelessly during the COVID-19 pandemic. The school mask mandate issued by Lisa Peacock, health officer, and Dr. Meyerson followed a careful evaluation of local cases, levels of transmission, test positivity, deaths, and hospital capacity, and reflects the authority and duty of the health officer during a pandemic. The COVID mitigation strategies simply follow guidelines issued by the Centers for Disease Control, the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services, and the American Academy of Pediatrics. Strategies are varied and include vaccines, testing, case investigation and contact tracing, social distancing, mask recommendations, and public information. The mask mandate was one more step in the COVID mitigation plan to keep kids in school, slow the transmission in the community, and protect the health of the total population. While you may not agree with the mask mandate or how it was communicated to you, to consider the termination of the health or medical director for doing their jobs is a step too far. Their only motivation was and continues to be to promote the health and safety of the overall population. I support Lisa Peacock and Dr. Meyerson in the continued leadership of the health department. I've worked alongside Dr. Meyerson for 20 years and Lisa Peacock for 10. And I can attest to their knowledge, expertise, experience, and leadership in public health. Let's not let this bump in the road derail all of the good work that has been accomplished. I'm confident that the differences can be resolved and the Board of Health can continue to work effectively with the experienced leadership now in place. Your health department and communities are counting on you. Thank you.
Thank you. Veronica Welter, next.
She's not here because she thought that she could give me her 2 minutes.
Okay, so
And,
you're Elaine Miller?
You cannot do that, right?
Correct.
Okay, yes,
Elaine,
yes.
would like to step up?
And I just want to ask all of you to use the microphones. Really use them.
Elaine Miller, Keewaydin. %66% of the people who are against vaccines are from the north in this state. 71% do not have college degrees, predominantly male, get news from the social media. Right now in the north, we have the largest number of people in hospitals. In Antrim County, we have the largest percentage of homeless students out of the state of Michigan. The statewide average is 7.9%. And we have a larger percentage, much larger percentage of that. Now, you mean to tell me that you want to get rid of this health department and not have any kind of masking rules? When you have kids going to school who you don't even know the night before which family they were staying with or which car or whatever, and what diseases they're bringing into that school district, that doesn't make any sense. So we have to start looking at why there is this outcry against the health department when they've been working so hard to make sure that we're going to have science used in this county. Do you want to go back to the Middle Ages? What about the bubonic plague in London? What did they do with the people that had it? They took all their night clothes and their mattresses and everything else, burned them down in town. They wound up burning down whole buildings because they didn't know. They did not have science. We have science. We have people with the degrees. We have the doctors. And we have people sitting here with no background trying to tell us how we are going to try to fight this pandemic. It doesn't make any sense. So I am saying, let's use common sense. Let's use science. And just remember that before, when we had things like smallpox, they used the term the pox on you when they didn't like what you were doing. I'm sorry, I was so busy talking, I didn't see the 30 and the 1. I didn't mean to do that.
Kim Clark. Next in line is Judith Thurston. Kim Clark. Thank you.
Kim Clark, C-L-A-R-K with no E. Thank you for your time and consideration. Earlier this year, as a volunteer in the vaccine clinics, I witnessed our health department in action, tirelessly working to protect the citizens of Antrim County from the coronavirus. And of course, they continue this difficult task on our behalf, striving to follow best practices in real time as the unprecedented pandemic evolves. I'm so grateful for their diligence. I would prefer they err on the side of caution, and I'm happy to do my part by wearing a mask in the same way I comply with the health code requiring me to wear a shirt and shoes upon entering a grocery store. And as a retired teacher, I can say that I would have been relieved by the mask requirement in schools. I commend the work of our health department and appreciate what they do for our community. I do not believe these staff members are motivated by politics or malintent. They are simply doing what their job requires, protecting us and keeping our best interests in mind. Please support Ms. Peacock and Dr. Meyerson in their crucial roles at the health department. Thank you all.
Thank you. Judith Thurston. Next on deck is Glennis Hurton.
My name is Judith Thurston, and I live in Central Lake. A friend of mine, Judy King, has written you all a letter explaining her position and mine. I have signed it with her, but it's part the subject of her letter. I got my first vaccine on January 21 of this year. I got my second vaccine on February 18. The health department is responsible for those being available to me and my having them. I tested positive for COVID last month on October 18 at the Bel Air Clinic, and I was quarantined. And on October 25th, I got monoclonal antibodies from Munson, and here I am, out of quarantine, totally recovered, and dependent on the public health system to keep me going. I will be A4 in December if I last that long. And I need the public health system, as it has been there for me all these years, to stay there and keep me going. Thank you.
Thank you. Glennis Hurton. Mary Martinchuk is on deck.
I'm Glennis Austin,
I
A-U-S-T-I-N.
apologize.
It must be my handwriting. I'm just here in support of the health department. I understand the controversy of what they're doing, but I think they are truly trying to keep our community safe. I live here in Bel Air, and last year I had the dubious pleasure of helping my special ed grandson do his online learning. It was, it's very important to me to keep the schools open, and to keep the kids in school. As a retired teacher, I applaud the mask mandate. I think that kids should be kept safe no matter how we go about doing it. But again, I thoroughly support the health department. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Martinchuk. Tammy Hickman is on deck.
Hello, my name is Mary Martinchuk, M-A-R-T-I-N-C-H-E-K. I'm a public health nurse, retired from the Health Department of Northwest Michigan after over 34 years of serving families in all 4 counties under the health department jurisdiction. I returned to service last summer during the pandemic to provide support, training, and guidance to public health staff working collaboratively with the schools. Our work was instrumental in keeping children safe and in school. We created and offered a quarantine officer training for almost 100 school staff in all 4 counties. Ms. Peacock and Dr. Meyerson were readily available to answer my questions, and there were a lot. And I was reminded then of the high level of guidance and leadership that both of these well-respected, seasoned leaders and the division directors provide on a daily basis. I'm here today as a citizen of Emmett County, but also as a former public health nurse. I'm here to acknowledge the dedication and commitment of Ms. Peacock and Dr. Meyerson. The testing, contact tracing, and vaccinations completed during the previous 18 months were accomplished by their unending, strong medical leadership and all dedicated health department employees. I feel it is in the best interest of the entire community to work toward a resolution of current issues and to continue to receive the leadership and guidance of our current public health officials. A strong board of health supporting effective and outstanding public health leadership contribute to effective protection of all of us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Tammy Hickman. On deck is Jenny Johnson.
Hi, I'm Tam Hickman, and I've been a nurse for the past 45 years and in different positions, but for 25 years with the health department and specifically in the care of children. They are my passion, and public health is also my passion. So COVID, okay? So let's just think for a minute. How is this spread? We all know this. COVID is spread by droplets shared by someone, and then someone else receives them. And so this right here, this mask, this is the tool we have, really the only tool we have to help with spread. And it's just, it's really important. Is it 100%? No, but it protects both the wearer of the mask and it protects people from contact. So it's just really important. I have a daughter who's a first grade teacher, and she comes home to a 22-month-old and a husband who is at risk for COVID. So for people like her, all of us need to think about protecting people. So I don't love wearing this mask. It fogs up my glasses. It's kind of irritating, but I think it's vitally important. I'm sorry there has to be a mandate to have people see how important this is. I've worked with the health department for 25 years. The leadership is incredible. Okay, it's just incredible. The state of Michigan looks at our health department for excellence and often is talking about excellence. So Dr. Meyerson, Lisa Peacock, they're at the forefront of all this. And I urge all of you, even in times of contention, to remember how important leadership is and to support them. Thank you.
Thank you. Jenny Johnson, and Mary Winston is on deck.
Hi, my name's Jenny Johnson. I live in Emmett County. I volunteered as non-medical staff for 18 vaccination clinics in the spring of 21. My goal was to help our community become safe from the COVID virus. Prior to volunteering, I had no experience with the health department and really had a minor understanding as to what they did. I was very impressed with how efficient, organized, and detail-oriented the clinics were. I know from my professional life that it takes training, experience, and preparation to execute operations where 400 plus people move through a process day after day. Add to that the care that the vaccines require, and the operational backbone of the clinics was amazing. I saw and heard from our community members how they'd been called and scheduled to come receive their vaccines. Many of these people clearly had medical needs that required an incredible amount of help to simply get through the process. The health department had thought through all of these scenarios and made sure that they were ready to handle them. I'm sure that the director and the doctor personally developed these plans. They were incredible. Because we worked hard to minimize the amount of virus in the community, our school stayed open. The staff and kids wore masks and were able to stay in school with minimal disruptions. My downstate family and friends' kids have not been so lucky. Their kids were at home, and most of the time, those kids and their parents really suffered. Why would we allow this troublemaking group, Let Them Breathe, based in California, disrupt our schools and our health department? The woman who started the group is fundraising off this disruption. The suit that she filed in Gaylord was thrown out. Why does it matter to her what happens in our northern Michigan schools? She's making money from this controversy. I think that the conflict surrounding the director and the doctor arose out of a misunderstanding. Their role and their years of education and foundational work do not train them for being in the public or in the media. They are scientists, policymakers, and medical professionals. Their job is to manage the many aspects of our community's health.
Thank you. Mary Winston. Next on deck is Claire Swaddling.
Mary's with me, but she needs help, so why don't you continue with the next person and I'll get her.
Okay. Claire Swaddling.
My name is Claire Swaddling and I come from Emmett County. Last name is Swadling. I'm here to speak on behalf of the hundreds and hundreds of parents and students across these 4 counties in which you guys are ruling over. I apologize. There was a question asked to the health department not too long ago about the case trend summary for August 30th to October 3rd. It showed that 27 hospitalizations and 13 deaths for all cases, and that was all cases reported. Below that, it showed that there was 17 hospitalizations and 7 deaths were among those of the unvaccinated. That meant that 10 hospitalizations and 6 deaths were of fully vaccinated individuals. It was asked if this person was reading this correctly and stated that that made 37% of the hospitalizations and 46% of the deaths from August 30th to October 3rd in that region were of fully vaccinated individuals. The health department responded with the answer, yes. My concern is that you guys are implementing masks. Yes, the case numbers have gone up. Have you done any research, any data to show whether or not the masks are actually causing this problem? The fact that Dr. Meyerson has a PPO in Sheboygan County to protect the individuals there, he cannot treat, nor can he mandate anything in that county. I would implore you guys to do investigations. As well as one of the commissioners here on this board, the rules that you guys are following are unlawful. They come from Emmett County because unfortunately there are a lot of left-wing thinkers there. They do not, this is not a one size fits all. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Mary ready? Mary Winston. Go on to Dale Henderson. Next on deck is Catherine Hackling.
My name is Dale Henderson. I live in a county subject to the mandates of the folks here. You've heard everything on the laws, the court orders, the rules. You've made it obvious that that doesn't make a difference by your own actions here this morning. Last minute changes, things may try and stifle what you consider opposition, folks from the peanut gallery. So we'll skip the rules and all that you're ignoring. You've seen support here for you guys, only from friends and misinformed and underinformed, fearful people. So I'll address the fear. I am fully COVID recovered. I don't need a mask. I won't spread the virus like you vaccinated people will. And my life is being made miserable by the fear these masks promote. They are a tool, that's all they are. I'm trained in personal protection equipment because of my job. Masks are useless against a virus. There's a printed statement on the side of the box that says so. Cloth masks are even worse. It's a waste of time what you're doing. So why are you doing it? I am cancer survivor, lung breathing compromised, over 65, high risk. I had no problem coming through. And you know what? The health department, they provided nothing on how to get through it or take care of it. I got a questionnaire with multiple questions on my gender orientation, but nothing on how to be healthy. Never has. Only tool is the mask. That was stated here. This is what you're putting. Your only tool, It's a lie. How about immunity? How about the things that'll help? How about fighting our government here and getting what's legal everywhere else, hydrochloroquine and ivermectin and ways to treat? You can get the hydrochloroquine substitute off the shelf.
Thank you, sir. Catherine Packlin.
My name is Catherine Packlin. That's P like Peter, Aklaian. I am a resident of Charlevoix. And, I had things all ready to say, but, it's hard to follow people who put the words tyranny and health together. And public health seems pretty obvious to me. And I think this public health board has done a phenomenal job. I am a former high school counselor. I'm a former social worker. I know how important it is to keep kids in school. We did a school success program that showed that kids who are in school are successful throughout their life. I'm not talking about going to college, just going to school, having social skills, learning. I'm old enough to remember polio. I can remember we were so excited to get a vaccine. There were 2 kids on my block walking along in braces. Was that vaccine proven? Was that vaccine given to children? Absolutely. We clicked our heels together and I'm walking today because of a vaccine, and probably everyone in here has had vaccines. So
You're fine.
okay. I want to give my support to the board. I know how hard it is to do public health. You don't make a lot of money. You could make a lot more money in private practice. I understand how hard it is to convince people who have their own agenda. Thank you for what you do. Thank you for being brave and listening. You're not going to please everybody. We know that. But a simple thing like this is not hard. We don't ask much. We asked you, put this on. I went into the grade school in Charlevoix to do a presentation. Every child wore that mask without complaining. Every child there was happy. And every child went home to a family. And we just want to keep people safe. Social, what's the word? Social caring is a muscle that hasn't been worked since World War II.
Thank you.
Thank you.
John Royal. Next on deck is Carolyn Smith.
Good morning, President Bargy and the other members of the Board of Health. My name is John Royal, R-O-Y-A-L. I live and have a law practice in the city of Charlevoix. I'm here today speaking on behalf of the Michigan chapter of the National Lawyers Guild, of which I am currently a member of the Board of Directors. There is a saying that it takes a village to raise a child. Indeed, it takes our entire community to raise all of our children. And it takes the efforts of all of us to make sure our children are safe and protected from COVID, not just because children can potentially infect each other, but because children can carry the virus home and infect other members of their family, including the elderly. Right now, the numbers of citizens of our state who are diseased and dying of COVID are still way too high. This is because too many of our citizens are still refusing to wear masks and are refusing to get vaccinated. It is the responsibility of our public health officials to take appropriate measures to protect the citizens in times like we are going through now of a public health emergency. It is the responsibility of all of us to act, not just to protect ourselves and our immediate family members, but to act to protect all of our neighbors and members of our community. There is no constitutional right to endanger your fellow citizens by refusing to wear masks in crowded indoor settings or refusing to get vaccinated. And there is no constitutional right to endanger the children of our community by removing from office the strong public leaders who are working to require them to be masked in school. We should support Lisa Peacock. We do support Lisa Peacock and Joshua Myerson. We commend them for the strong role they're playing to protect our children and the health of our communities. And we strongly urge that they be retained in their positions. Thank you.
Thank you. Carolyn Smith. Then we'll go back to if Mary Winston is available. If not, we'll take a 5-minute recess after. You may go, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. My name is Carolyn Smith, S-M-I-T-H.
I live in Otsego County, and I'm here today to support our health officer, Lisa Peacock, and Dr. Joshua Meyerson. We are in the midst of a pandemic, a global pandemic, and we need to look to science and the data that it provides us to make the best decisions to address this extremely serious issue. I was delighted to see the work of the health department in their communication efforts. At times it was daily, and now we're down to a couple times a week. The clinics that they provided here in our 4-county area, 262, their willingness to ask individuals and businesses to suggest places for pop-up clinics. They did that, 140 of those clinics. I was there at the Alden site in January 21st. I got my first vaccination. I was delighted to get my second one on the 21st of February, and I'm scheduled to get my booster this Thursday. I can't tell you how important it was to me, my family and friends, to know that Lisa and Dr. Meyerson were out there advocating for us and the rest of our citizens, and specifically to get children back in school. I think that is so important. We need to obviously protect the children, but the staff as well. We need an educated society. And I think what we're going through today only proves how important education really is. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mary Winston, is she available?
Chris, is Mary out there?
Mary Winston?
No.
No? Okay. Well, we are going to move on then. I'm sorry you weren't able to accommodate Ms. Winston. We will take I'm going to leave it up to the board. Would you prefer a 5-minute or a 10-minute recess? I would prefer 5, 10.
I'm fine. I think that gives the crowd time. They can get back pretty.
All right. We'll take a 5-minute recess. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, it's gonna be 10 anyway.
Go ahead.
My name is Debbie Esposito. I'm from Emmett County, and I just have a really short thing here I wanted to say, that I'm here to show gratitude for Lisa Peacock and Dr. Joshua Meyerson. I feel safer having expertise in the Northwest County Health Department. These are the people who do their jobs and make tough decisions, knowing that not everyone will be happy. People who are looking out for the public safety and health. People who spent their lives looking out for all of us. I do not care what their personal politics are. They are professionals and are making decisions based on the science and information they have. No one should fear for their jobs or experience threats of physical violence just for doing their jobs. I also, just as a personal note, I wanted to note that I've been doing some family research, and I just came across this last weekend a great uncle of mine who lost 4 children to scarlet fever. That just does not happen anymore. And that is what we are trying to do here with COVID. So please, I'd like to extend my gratitude, and Lisa Peacock and Dr. Joshua Meyerson, know that the majority are with you and we are grateful to you.
Thank you. Jane Liska. On deck is Robert Jess.
Hi, I'm Jane Liska, and if you thought that was short, I got her beat. I'm just here. I live in Emmett County. I raised my kids in Emmett County. I have a small business in Emmett County, and I would not have my small business today, this moment, if it were not for the work of the health department in the last 2 years. They've kept our economy going, quite frankly. That's my opinion. So I'd like to express my support for Lisa Peacock and Josh Meyerson for the commitment in following the science and not anything else. They are out there for the greater good for all of our population. And I think that's what we need to keep in mind. There are sides to everything, but we need to keep in mind our entire population and our greater good at the end of the day.
Thank you. Robert Jess. Next on deck is Dorothy Clore.
Hi, I'm Robert Jess from Charlevoix. First, I want to say I support the health department and their legal counsel. They deserve our support and respect. They're on our team. The mask mandate is working in Charlevoix schools. All year, there have been cases that are reported to us parents daily. There usually have been 1 or 2 cases per day fairly consistently, though the other day there were 3 COVID cases in the Charlevoix public schools. If the health department did not enforce a mask mandate, I firmly believe the school would enact their own mask mandate. I believe, because I've called and spoken to every school board member except for one who didn't return my call, that they would enact their own mask mandate if they had to, but they're grateful that they had the health department enact a mask mandate. Secondly, I would like to say that we're all on the same team here, the human team. We all care about doing well. We have never been through a pandemic before. None of us have. Let's all be kind to one another. The Northern Lakes Economic Alliance predicted that COVID will be around for 10 years with some form of a variant or another. Please be kind to one another and let's get through this all together. Third and lastly, as a county commissioner in Charlevoix, I can honestly say that I have not received a single call or email from anyone in my district against Lisa Josh in the health department. No one person in the townships I represent has complained to me about the health department. No one in my district has stopped me in a store, nothing. I've only heard positive support for them. The health department represents 39 school districts. It would be nearly impossible to keep everyone happy. Please support the health department and their legal counsel. Thank you.
Thank you. Dorothy Clore. On deck is Myrna Holland.
Dorothy Clore, registered voter in Antrim County and resident here for 20 years. Thank you, all of you, for your services and especially for your well-run meeting this morning. I'm very grateful to Ms. Bargy, particularly for her leadership. I'm here simply to support Lisa Peacock and Josh Meyerson. Many people have spoken before me more eloquently and more knowledgeably about why we support public health. Masks are a minor inconvenience, and hopefully if we wear them long enough, the virus will not make it necessary for us to do this any longer. So I am grateful for my participation at the clinics and hope you will continue to support the people that you hired and had faith in initially. Let that faith not waver now. On a minor note, I would say if you're going to continue these Zoom meetings, it would behoove you to move your name tags either closer to you or identify yourselves, because otherwise people who are not familiar with you in the Zoom meeting can't tell who's who on the panel. In addition to that, I would ask that given your organization this morning, which I appreciate about how long we can speak, to that one item that talked about disruptive, belligerent behavior, whatever. I have seen that in a minor way in one of the conference rooms. You might want to make an attempt to monitor behavior in these rooms as well. Thank you so much for letting us be with you this morning.
Thank you. Myrna, and next is Roger Grieve.
Myrna Holland, Elk Rapids, that's HOLLAND. I'm a registered nurse, retired, and I'm here in support of the continued leadership of Health Officer Lisa Peacock and Medical Director Dr. Meyerson, and to urge you to support them by working with them to fulfill the mission and purposes of your board. The Health Department website states your mission is to serve our entire community and to achieve health equity by promoting well-being, preventing disease, and protecting the environment through partnerships, innovation, and excellence in public health practice. Your board purpose includes to learn everything possible about health problems in the community and to participate in finding solutions for those problems. Terminating the contracts of the department's leadership do nothing to meet those goals or solve the pandemic. With Ms. Peacock's and Dr. Meyerson's strong leadership, the department has worked diligently to provide numerous vaccine clinics throughout the district. Our current vaccination rate is 68.4. Work with them to get that higher. The decision for the school mask requirement is supported by numerous studies that show properly worn masks reduce COVID outbreaks with no harm to children. It's an important part of our toolbox to keep cases low until we can get everyone who can be vaccinated. Be sure you and your constituents understand the science behind their work and keep us healthy. These leaders need your support and your informed input to find additional ways to make our counties be the ones that the rest of the state wants to emulate. Personal liberty is often given for not to mask or vaccinate. However, we need to remember that the Declaration of Independence and the US Constitution include in their founding principles of our government, safety of the governed and promotion of the general welfare. Let's take care of our fellow citizens. Fully support our health department leadership and has the knowledge and the skills to do this. Thank you.
Thank you. Roger Grieve. Next on deck is Neil Frisky.
Good morning. I'm Roger Greavy. I'm a retired veterinarian from Otsego County. My wife was a first grade school teacher in the Gaylord school system for 30 years. Both of my children are self-sustaining and graduates of the Gaylord school system. The germ theory of disease was proven by a guy named Louis Pasteur in 1850. There have been a few thousand technical improvements in medicine, but none are quite as important as that one. I, as are Dr. Myerson and graduate nurse practitioner Peacock, still believers. Throughout the years of my practice, all my sterile surgical procedures involved wearing a mask. It was done for the protection of my animal patients from airborne germs and out of respect for the owners who loved them. My motto that I follow, my motto is now and was then, follow the science and don't let other people down. My belief is that the same responsibility shared by those of us who have been elected to work or elected or work for the protection of others, nurse practitioner and health officer Peacock and Dr. Myerson continue to do that at great personal risk. They are highly trained public health officials to help guide you in the protection of our children's health. If your child developed a post-surgical infection with possible unknown long-term consequences, you would investigate the cause. If it was determined that the hospital, doctors, or local politicians decided that surgical masks were deemed a personal choice, or worse, a political one, you would justifiably be angry. I would hope and assume that your next phone call would be to 1-800-CALL-SAM. How much more so would your phone call be justified if this mandate protecting our kids was removed and the firing of highly qualified medical leaders was committed by local politicians in the face of a global viral pandemic with known risks, severe infection, and unknown risks of long-term. Is that it? Yeah. It's very real. Thank you.
Neil Frisky. Carla Bart is on deck.
Hi, my name is Neil Frisky, Charlevoix County. I had a couple other things prepared, but how this meeting started out changed my comments. As I listened to the beginning of this meeting, I was really disappointed at the time and energy that was put in by some of the board members to censor and control us, the public, instead of focusing on the things you were elected to do. Based on the votes earlier, sadly, it appears there are only 3 people on this board that have courage. I know others have made, earlier comments were made saying how effective masks are. Actually, there are no scientific evidence stating that. The point isn't whether they're effective or not, but rather the inconsistency of it. 110,000 people can pack into a football stadium and no masks are needed there. Yet our poor children have to have them strapped on their faces every day. I know others have made comment already regarding the jab, but I just wanted to add one more point. Dr. Rubin, a Harvard professor of immunology and a voting member of the FDA Advisory Committee, was asked, based on the totality of scientific evidence available, do the benefits of the Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine when administered as a 2-dose series outweigh its risk for use in children 5 to 11 years of age? Dr. Rubin's answer was, we're never going to learn about how safe the vaccine is until we start giving it. That's just the way it is. A sad statement, and none of us would operate our daily lives on this premise. We will monitor how this goes. There will be plenty of outraged people when their children start falling like flies. There have been also plenty of comments about the board members being threatened, et cetera, at previous meetings. And that's just creating fear. There was no hostility involved, and I think that's a misrepresentation. Other comments about the majority of the people supporting you, that's also not true. Unfortunately, the left does a better job of organizing. The majority do not support you.
Thank you.
And there, if you was a public vote, you would be amazed. Thank you.
Thank you. Carla Bart. Next is Gary Bart.
Good morning. Morning, Chairman. My name is Carla Bart. I'm a resident of Bel Air. I'm also a retired public school teacher of 33 years in Grand Rapids Public. I was an elementary teacher, an LD teacher, an emotionally impaired teacher, not personally me, a principal of a center-based program at county-based, special ed supervisor for the last 5 years of my career. I feel like I have the credentials to speak to you. I also have 15 grandchildren. Thankfully, not all of them are in school right now. And 2 family members that are teachers in the West Michigan area. I've listened and heard a number of things. I'm not here to left or right, partisan, bipartisan. I just want to read you something that is submitted by the Thurn Law on Friday of October 29th. On September 29th, Governor Whitmer signed the 2022 state budget bill, Public Act 87 of 2021. PA 87 includes a provision that prohibits and penalizes local health departments from issuing or enforcing certain COVID-19 orders or directives. We addressed the impact of 87 on schools in our September 27th, 2021 e-blast, recommending that if a local health officer issues or maintains an order requiring face masks in schools, schools officials should contact their local health department for clarification on whether it intends to enforce that in light of PA 87. If the local health department intends to enforce a face mask order, we recommend that the school follow the orders unless and until it is determined illegal or enforceable by a court of competent jurisdictions. Thank you.
Thank you. Gary Bart. Next is Abby Mantachek. Oh, I'm sorry, Mandeville. Go ahead.
Ready? I'm Carla's husband. She mentioned we had 15 grandchildren. 2 of the girls, 6 and 9, caught COVID. They had the sniffles for one day. The next day they want to go outside and play. My neighbor, her daughter's 55 in the 50s. She had a kidney transplant, was doing well. She had both shots and the booster. She's in the intensive care right now with COVID. But that's not what I came here to talk about. I know people are passionate about this mask thing. And every time I go to one of these things, we talk about the law. But there is a law on the books, a Michigan law that prohibits masks. And it's MCL Act 451 of 1976. I'm going to read it to you. The revised school code of 1776 380-1307 states the prohibited practices, which includes a clear statement to all the following practices, prohibits the school personnel in the public schools of the state under all circumstances, including emergency situations. This is the law. And they list A through K. H, any restraint that negatively impacts breathing. Now, it doesn't specify, there's no distinction between physical, psychological, or emotional. Physical obviously is lack of oxygen. I've watched people talking and the masks are going in and out. Psychological, it could be claustrophobic. Kids could be claustrophobic. Emotional, as my wife said, she's a special ed teacher. It could trigger trauma, trigger a traumatic experience. But anyway, the reason law is not being enforced is because people have not filed a complaint. Parents, people, anybody who has a problem with this should file a complaint through law enforcement, and they will take it to the prosecuting attorney. Apparently, no one has done that yet because it's a Michigan law and it can be prosecuted. So I encourage all people to do that who are opposed to this.
Thank you. Abby Mandeville. On deck is Sue Dion.
Abby Mandeville, Key Waden. Got to tell you, I showed up, didn't know what I was going to say, but you guys give me enough material that I can wing it. I have run PTO boards that were more organized than this. You guys, were you making up the rules as you go here? I can't believe it. Bylaws? Are there bylaws? What's going on? And the other thing that really struck me, you know what I heard? A lot of I. How does that work out for the rest of us when we hear I? Not good. Not good. Get some rules, get it organized. If you need somebody from the PTO board to come help you do it, let them know. They'll help you. The other thing I'd like to know about is how's the money being spent? I've heard stuff about attorneys to pay for Lisa Peacock. Where's that money coming from and how much? I think we deserve to know that too. We work hard for our money. It's taxpayer money. Where's it going? How's it being spent? I was in this room maybe 2 weeks ago for another meeting. And this is interesting too. Not one county commissioner had a mask on at that meeting. What does that say? And I look now and I see two of those same commissioners. One has a mask on, Karen Bargy. Jairus Rubin does not. Karen didn't have a mask on. Jairus didn't have a mask on last meeting. What changed? What changed? You want our kids to wear masks? You wear a mask every time you go out. Not just to some meetings, you wear it to every meeting. Shame on you all. Shame on you. Thank you.
Sue Dion. On deck is Kerrigan Thompson.
Just felt really good to wear this mask today. Sue Dion from Elk Rapids. I just drove over here to thank our health department personnel and the health department board for having the courage to use science rather than politics in guiding and implementing health policy here in our region to keep our residents safe, especially keeping our children safe while attending in-person school by implementing the mask mandate. I know it took a lot of courage. I know you're getting a lot of backlash. Thank you for your leadership.
Thank you. Kerrigan Thompson. Next on deck is Jennifer Bruin.
Good morning. My name is Kerrigan Thompson. I attend Gaylord High School in Otsego County as a sophomore. At the beginning of the school year, our school board and administrators decided in the best interest of our community to allow parents and students the choice to choose whether or not to wear a mask. We had a plan. This was received well by all families since they could decide what's best for themselves. This plan was overridden by Dr. Meyerson and Lisa Peacock. The health department then forced the schools to do their work of mandating and forcing students to mask. The students immediately peacefully protested our rights, and the number grew from 25 the first day to 65 by day 4. Then the police were called in and threatened us to leave or be suspended. We were scared, but respectfully, we left because we have been taught to respect authority our entire lives. Since that time, 6 students, including myself and my brother, have been suspended. I've missed schoolwork, I am behind, and I'm feeling my sophomore year. I've always been a straight A student until last year where we were forced to do online school, and again this year where our only option was online school if we didn't want to wear a mask. I cannot do online school. I cannot sit alone at my house in front of my computer and learn this way. Because of this confusion and frustration, I find myself questioning authority now, seeing firsthand how the law does not protect me, how administration is being used to cause dissension and confusion among myself, my fellow students, families, and communities. I'm learning firsthand and personally what the meaning of tyranny means. This makes me sad and scared. I'm asking this board to please remove Dr. Meyerson and Lisa Peacock. They're teaching myself, my fellow students, and our communities to mistrust agencies that are supposed to bring us together and cause rebellion against those who are supposedly put in the place to protect us. Thank you for your consideration.
Yeah. Jennifer Brun. Brun.
B-R-U-N-N.
Martha Davison is on deck. Thank you.
Hello, I thought a lot about what I wanted to say today, and if it would even matter. And then I realized that if I didn't, I'd be giving up my rights as an American and the rights that my family and my sons have fought for and are going to fight for. I reflect heavily on the conversation that Shirley and I had over this weekend, and it was a great discussion. And our discussion was based off of the very first stance that I have taken on since day one of masks. And that fact is this: if they work, and you feel that it is keeping you safe, then you should absolutely have the right to wear one. The same goes for vaccines. If you feel that the vaccine will keep you safe, then you as an American have the right to get a vaccine. But don't mandate it for those of us who can't or won't get one. It should be a choice. And for those of us who cannot wear them or choose not to wear them, we should be granted the same option. This has never been a political issue for me. It's what Shirley and I talked about. It's not a Republican, it's not a Democratic issue. And as Kerrigan said, the schools in the beginning of the year came up with a plan that worked for the families involved, all the families and teachers, administrators were all on board in a unanimous vote for our county. And then enter the health department with their overreach of power. And this is when the disconnection and breaking down of our trust began. We now have students, families, grandparents, teachers, and communities hating each other. And this is because of an overreach in power, and it's causing our families and community to distrust police, the public agencies that are supposed to bring us together. I ask Shirley that you remember our communities, that we have had a plan, that we have worked together, that we've kept communities and public together and supporting each other. Please vote to remove the ones that are using taxpayers' money for attorneys on an issue that could have been avoided. Thank you very much. From the Peanut Gallery, I support all of us.
Thank you. Martha Davidson and Rachel Davis is on deck.
My name is Martha Davidson. I'm a current resident of Antrim County and a current board member of the Bel Air Public Schools. I am also a retired teacher, a mother, and currently a grandmother to school-age children. I am saying this with all of these experiences in mind. I wholly support the actions of the health officer and medical director with the issuance of the mask mandate for the public schools in the health department districts. They made this decision following the mission of the health department. They listened to the recommendation of the experts at the CDC and the American Academy of Pediatrics, which both agreed that masks should be worn in public places, schools, if they are not fully vaccinated and in areas with substantial or high transmission. As of today, Antrim County is a very high risk level. They did not let politics play into these decisions. They did their duties to their offices and made a difficult decision based on the facts. We should not be second guessing their decisions when the health and welfare of our children is at stake. As we have seen in my district already, even with masks being worn, their education is at stake. We do not want to go back to a remote situation. Teachers will tell you that the students' education has suffered over the course of the pandemic. We need to do whatever we can to keep them in school. We need to do whatever we can to keep students healthy as well. Study after study has shown that masking helps stop the spread of the disease. Both the CDC has reported it, as well as the Detroit Free Press. It is extremely frustrating to see that the actions of the health officer and medical director are now putting their jobs at risk. Please keep politics out of this decision. These people have done a phenomenal job to do what is best for their districts during the pandemic. We have seen the tremendous job that they have done to get vaccines out to the community. We have not questioned the decisions on other health department issues and have let politics take their precedence over the health issues. So why are we doing this now? Please vote in favor of keeping these public and health safety and health officers in their positions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Rachel Davis. On deck is
Hello.
Elizabeth White.
My name is Rachel Davis. I live in Otsego County. And like other people said, I had a lot of things to say, but it's kind of changed based on what I'm hearing. One of the things that I find very interesting is the people coming up here commending you all on the leadership for following the science are the same people that are most affected by COVID. It's not the kids. I do not question the ability of the health department to issue mask mandates. I question why kids? Why kids? Kids are the least vulnerable to injury from COVID. So if we're going to follow the science, why is the mask mandate not geared toward elderly people and those with comorbidities? Why? It's kind of sick to me that we don't have kids here, the ones that have to wear this mask for 7 hours. All these people coming up here with their masks on, take them off to speak. Our kids are not afforded that luxury. They are yelled at. But yet you have all these people coming in here commending you for your leadership. The people that get to walk around without masks on, that get to live and be joyful and be free if they choose. Our kids are not afforded that. It is wrong. This is about humanity. This is wrong. Example, my child goes to Gaylord Middle School, walks first child into her music class, walks in, says good morning to her teacher. And her teacher replies, pull your mask up. This is about humanity. This is wrong. This is not about science. The kids don't have a voice. The adults do. You tell the adults to put a mask on and they're going to say, no, the kids can't do that. They are captured. This is wrong. And for these people that are willing to sacrifice our children to cling to their life, it's wrong. It's just wrong. Some things are right and some things are wrong. This is wrong. Thank you.
Thank you. Elizabeth White. Sally Foley is on deck.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth White. I served as a commissioner 2017, 2018 for Emmett County. And I sat in a chair on this Board of Health in this room for 2 years. I can attest to the excellence of our health department and its officers. I support Officer Lisa Peacock and Medical Director Josh Meyerson. And by the way, masks are worn to protect others, not ourselves. It does not keep us from catching it. It helps protect others from catching it. Do not let the bullies in your district scare you.
Thank you. Sally Foley with Erica Van Dam on deck.
Thank you. My name is Sally Foley, and Sally is Sallie, and Foley is Foley. I have a daughter who's a pediatric oncologist, and she works at DeVos Children's Hospital. To get there, it took 4 years of medical school, 3 years of residency. She then was chief resident. Then she did 3 additional years in fellowship in pediatric oncology and hematology, and she's a kids cancer doctor at DeVos. When little kids get cancer up here, they go to DeVos. That's the nearest place. And when she sees them with families who are so frightened, they say, what can we do? And she says, are you vaccinated? And they say, no, and we don't believe in it. And she says, your child is immunosuppressed. She's compromised. The best thing you can do for her is only let people around this child who are either wearing a mask or vaccinated. And they came back for a visit 2 weeks later. And they said, guess what? Everybody in our family got vaccinated, and the ones who couldn't or wouldn't, they all wear masks. And Jessica said, how did you do that? And they said, compassion is a muscle, and we told them all to use their muscle. So I'm here today to say that we live in one of the most passionate places in the world, Northern Michigan. It's wonderful here. People are passionate about their families, the land, the hunting, the lakes, and they are passionate about their beliefs. And then when we're passionate about beliefs, we look for other people who are similarly passionate in the same way, and that binds us together. And that which binds us together makes us feel more unified and more strengthened. It also, though, can blind us. So that which binds us can blind us to looking at larger pictures. And the larger picture here is about compassion being a muscle. We need to follow the science
and we need to exercise empathy and compassion for those who are vulnerable. Thank you to all of you who work as public servants in the Public Health Department.
Thank you. Erica Van Dam, Dana Duration is on deck.
Hi, good morning. My name is Erica Van Dam. I live in Charlevoix County, and I'm going to comment on item 10 of the agenda. I have one child in public school, one in daycare, and I worked for this amazing agency for nearly 13 years. I'm also speaking to you as a concerned citizen. I support the actions of Lisa Peacock and Josh Meyerson on behalf of the public health in our community. They oversee and lead no less than 100 public health programs in our 4 counties, including keeping our beaches safe and clean, our restaurants operating within regulations, and protecting our neighbors from contamination such as PFAS, among many, many others. During the COVID-19 pandemic, both Lisa Peacock and Dr. Meyerson have always acted with integrity, making decisions based on science, facts, and medical evidence. They've always carried out their statutory duties to protect the health of children, school staff, and the community at large. Regardless of your stance on the mask mandates that were implemented all over the state, the country, and the world, please do not ignore the effect that terminating the top 2 leaders of this 4-county health department would have on the agency and in turn, our community. We depend on our health department in a multitude of ways, and we depend on these 2 individuals to lead it. To strip the leadership out of that team would be devastating for the agency, the community as a whole. I urge the board to keep them as the health officer and medical director.
Thank you. Dana Duration. Jamie Bigelow is on deck.
Dana Dvorak. I'm not a public speaker, so forgive me for any mistakes I make. I guess I'm asking the board to ask the health department, since we're unable to. They've had 2 months worth of time as this mandate's been put forth to the school to come up with some numbers on how this has actually changed the ratio of students that have gotten COVID versus the ones that have not. Charlevoix and other cities that are in our communities, they're still getting it. Other areas do not have this mask mandate. I'd like to know what the ratio is of students in those districts versus ours. It's something that we probably should be looking at, see if this is truly an effective thing that's happening. Thank you.
Jamie Bigelow. Mary Ellen Murphy is on deck.
Jamie Bigelow. My children go to Elk Rapids schools. The photos in front of you, they're my children. Last year, my daughter was in kindergarten. She came home one day and she said, "Mom, the worst part about wearing masks is that I think my friends have beautiful smiles, but I never get to see them." What a profound statement from a 5-year-old. My youngest child has a hearing delay in one ear. He's had surgery, but does not hear at 100%. His pediatrician said his hearing delay is present, but not bad enough for more treatment. My son was in three-year-old pre-K when school originally shut down due to COVID. Since his days as a 3-year-old, there has been one confirmed case of COVID in my son's class. That case was in his fully masked kindergarten class this school year. My son is now 5.5 years old. So let's just get this straight. 2+ years and one case of COVID, 2.5 years of forcing a healthy child with a hearing delay to wear a mask, all while this child is supposed to be learning how to read while hearing what his teachers are saying and watching them pronounce and enunciate words. My son wears his mask on a lanyard so it doesn't get lost. The second day of school, he came home and he told me he took his mask off in the bathroom, but he was afraid he was going to pee on it. So he took it off and set it on the back of the toilet. Then he put that mask on his face for the rest of the day. So tell me how this makes sense. Tell me about how the Board of Health is so worried about the spread of germs when you don't know anything about my children. I just can't understand it. I've spent their entire lives protecting them, doing everything to ensure they're happy and healthy. And so far, I've been really successful. So please understand the anger that I feel thinking anyone but me should decide if my healthy children need to be masked for 8 hours a day at school under the guidelines of a health order that has questionable legal grounds with no end date or parameters. That doesn't sound like science to me. It sounds like tyranny. What's best for my children is not up for debate. I don't co-parent with the government. I am their mother, and I know what's best for them. Thank you.
Mary Ellen Murphy. Next on deck is Kathy Budzik.
My name is Mary Ellen Murphy. I'm from Central Lake. I'm a member of the Central Lake School Board. We are all very grateful for the guidance of our health department through this pandemic. We must protect our children. I would like to thank Lisa Peacock and Dr. Meyerson for the fine job that they are doing. Our superintendent and staff of Central Lake Schools are thankful and completely support this health department administration. The mask mandate is working. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathy Budzik. Next on deck is Victoria Mosier.
Kathy Budzik with a K, a Y, and it's Bodzik. I am a retired aide parapro that works with children with autism, and I just graduated from the Harbor Springs school system. All last year, I was with a young man in second grade, and never once did he complain about wearing a mask. Never once did I hear any of the other children complain about wearing masks. And I am so grateful to the leaders of this health department for following the science and trying to keep all of our communities safe, not just the children, but the adults. And one child that gets sick from this disease, from this virus, is too many, in my opinion. One child that has far-reaching effects from this disease is too many, in my opinion. Thank you. Thank you for your leadership, and I support these leaders.
Thank you. Victoria Mosier. On deck is Steve Biggs.
Hello, my name is Victoria Moser. I'm from Emmett County. I want to thank the board for taking time for this public comment. My heart goes out to all of the people in the area and your families who have lost health related to the COVID virus, who have lost jobs, who have lost loved ones. I am here to add my full support for keeping Dr. Meyerson and Lisa Peacock in the leadership positions that they're in. Terminating their contracts, in my opinion, would serve no good at all. I thank Josh and I thank Lisa for their outstanding performance and leadership, for their courage in this day of conspiracy theories and political division and general fear out there, that nebulous fear that really paralyzes many of us. Josh and Lisa worked exhaustively, in my opinion, to reduce transmissions, to reduce illness and loss of school days, loss of work days, also hospitalizations and deaths. They are my heroes. Science is not exact. It is continually correcting, and we must remember that. Our health department, in my opinion, has responded unbelievably quickly. Over human history, vaccines have made the greatest improvement in human lives other than clean water. The first to vaccinate and to even come up with the concept of vaccines, they were met with mothers holding babies in arms, walking for miles and miles and miles in the hopes that their child could get this very experimental treatment and maybe have their lives saved.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Steve Biggs. On deck is Audrey Lustgarten.
Hello, good morning. My name is Steve Biggs. I'm from Petoskey, Michigan. Over 700,000 of our fellow Americans are dead. And I'm not. And neither is my wife, Kathy. And all of you in this room are looking pretty darn healthy, especially you, Charlie.
Take my mask off.
Yeah. I look back to January of this year, going into the gym at Petoskey High School and seeing an extraordinarily well-organized operation. Amazing. And if any of you all went through it, you remember how well done these things were. And they didn't happen by accident. These two and their organization made that happen. And by God, I think you saved our lives. Thank you, Josh. Thank you, Lisa. I totally support what you've done. It's been amazing. You've communicated. You had good stuff in paper constantly for us to read and understand. The science was there. If we didn't get the information, it was shame on us because you were putting it out. And you put together an amazing operation to fight this. Today should be a ticker tape for you, not a career lynching.
Thank you. Audrey Lustgarten.
Started off with this saying good morning, but now I guess it's afternoon. I'm Audrey Lustgarten. I'm a resident of Emmett County. I have 2 kids in middle school there. I'm also a lawyer and a small business owner. And I'm here to speak to item number 10 on the agenda, the termination of the contracts of Lisa Peacock and Josh Meyerson. I'm speaking in support of Ms. Peacock and Dr. Meyerson. They've done great work for our community's health, not just during the pandemic, but long before, providing services to children, pregnant women, the elderly, maintaining the safety of our food and water supply, and much, much more. Lisa Peacock has been put in an impossible situation. She was bound by the Michigan Code of Public Health to act to maintain and protect public health during a pandemic. The school mask order followed the national CDC guidance, the state MDHHS guidance, and the guidance of the overwhelming majority of the health professionals out there, including our local hospitals and pediatricians. Can clearly debate all day and probably all night long as to what people feel, whether or not they like this school mask order. As a working mom, I can say that I certainly appreciate that my kids have not, in their mask school, haven't missed a single day of school. Even when they were exposed to a classmate, they were able to continue by wearing masks and testing daily, while seeing neighboring unmasked schools have massive quarantines and even closures. But that's not the question that's before you today. The question is whether to terminate public health officials for fulfilling their duties, their legally mandated duties under the Michigan Public Health Code. Doing so could open the Board of Health up to liability for wrongful termination, and that certainly isn't a good use of taxpayer dollars, in my opinion. We're also in the midst of a medical staffing shortage. Replacing Peacock and Meyerson and the other staff members who will surely follow them out the door will be very difficult. Health officials nationwide are resigning under the pressures that they are facing. Not being able to replace them with quality professionals will impact all aspects of our community's health, not just COVID. Therefore, I ask you, please do not terminate these wonderful health professionals. Thank you.
Thank you. Renee Nicoli, and on deck is Frank Hawthorne.
Renee we're not able to look at Renee.
Okay, thank you. Frank Hawthorne. On deck will be Zachary Hernault.
Thank you. My name is Frank Hawthorne, spelled Hawthorne, and I'm only afraid of the health of our shared democracy. I am a year-round retired resident of Emmett County, living in Petoskey. And for what it's worth to some in this place, I'm a person of lifelong faith. However, I also believe in science and in fact-based reality. As such, I wish to unequivocally state my support for our public health officials here in Northern Michigan. Dedicated professionals like Lisa Peacock and Josh Meyerson are our first line of science-based defense against COVID. Let's all recall, by the way, again, that to date, COVID-19 has killed 747,000 Americans and nearly 24,000 Michiganders in less than 2 years. We're number one in the world, and I don't think that's something any of us should feel proud about. Definitely Meyerson and Peacock are trained to help us with infections like COVID and other diseases. They do deserve as such our praise and thanks. They do not deserve anyone's hate. I was born and bred here in Michigan and have lived in both peninsulas. While I do expect to die here, neither my wife or I choose to perish from a virus that, thanks to our capable public health professionals, can be managed, mitigated, and vaccinated against. And we refuse to allow those who believe in demagoguery, junk science, and their own questionable research to prevail in politicizing this real crisis. Please, therefore, do your duty by supporting and retaining Ms. Peacock and Dr. Meyerson. Thank you.
Thank you. Zachary Penault. On deck is Shannon Cummings.
Good morning. My name is Zachary Pearl. I have a 7-year-old daughter that attends Elk Rapids Elementary School. I'm disappointed in how all this has been transpiring. I don't appreciate my daughter being forced to have to wear something where she very unlikely will get sick from and go to the hospital. She's a healthy young girl. She just does not deserve to be abused like this, and that's what I consider it. I don't approve of either of you forcing her to wear this shit. Thank you.
Thank you. Shannon Cummings. On deck is Larry Dyer.
Shannon Cummings, Emmett County. My husband died of COVID on March 31st of 2020. The first death in Emmett County. I'm trying to get my first had things happened a week earlier. He might still be alive. So I want to say, you know, he caught us so early. He worked as a public school teacher for 50 years. My first interaction, I can say I know people, I have friends that are parents, their children have died in my COVID groups. One kid is too many. I applaud their actions. I'm sure my interaction with the health department, they called to see how I was doing because we had a COVID positive case at our house. I was awful. They're like, well, how is your husband? I'm like, he's dead. They listened to me berate them for the next 10 minutes. They called me again the next day. How are you? Can we do anything? They kept calling me to make sure that we were okay and do our contact tracing. I then had the opportunity to volunteer with them in January because I wanted to help make sure that this didn't happen to anybody else. Because my husband's death was unnecessary, didn't need to happen. And what I see, I worked with an amazing group of people. They were organized, kind, happy group of people. I looked forward to going and volunteering and feeling like I was making a difference to stop this from happening to any other family. I also like to think that maybe because my husband did die so early and people knew him, that he helped protect people and people took it seriously. I can share all kinds of things in my grief groups that I just have a new widow in my group. Her husband died, unvaccinated. Not that we're talking if they work or not. She was. He's 42. He's dead. He was healthy. It doesn't always matter what you think or don't think. They're trying to protect all of our kids. We put our kids in car seats. We do what we're supposed to do to protect them. I can't imagine anybody else wants to go through what I've gone through or my family. I know people die, but this doesn't have to be this way. So thank you for trying to do your best to keep people safe and putting your jobs on the line for that. And I just hope everybody here, you don't have to wear a mask, you can do what you want. That's fine, but please know that it's real and people are dying and they're still dying every day. Thank you.
Thank you. Larry Dyer. On deck is Bob Barron.
Good afternoon. I'm Larry Dyer. I live in Petoskey in Emmett County. I'm here to express my gratitude and support for the leadership and guidance that's been offered by Lisa Peacock and Joshua Meyerson through this COVID-19 public health crisis. And that includes support for the mandate for masking in schools. At the time that mandate was issued, transmission rates were rising. It was the most prudent way to enable schools to meet in person, which most of us were hoping would be able to happen, to provide a safe learning environment for our students, a safe workplace for public school employees, and to reduce transmission back to community members who might be more compromised than the students themselves. So I strongly urge the board to retain Josh Myerson and Lisa Peacock in their positions. That mandate has proven effective and has been borne out statewide, that schools that have not had mandates have higher transmission rates than those that do. So it's been effective. I strongly encourage you to maintain these people in their positions. We need the clear thinking that's guided by science to help us work the rest of the way through this COVID-19 health crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. Bob Barron on deck, Maggie Lacy. Bob Barron. Call one last time. Bob Barron, MD. Move on. Maggie Lacy. Suzanne Skubic is on deck.
Good afternoon. My name is Maggie Lacy, Emmett County. And my job here is not to have division, but really have clarification and really be courageous of what we can do, especially for the community, because this is an ever-changing environment that we're living in. One, vaccine, I keep on hearing this being interchangeable with the gene therapy that's being given to everybody, that we are actually all in a study with the gene therapy. So the vaccine that we've have used in the past has been a weakened or a dead pathogen that has been injected for your natural immunity, hormonal immunity to take effect. What we have here, what we keep on saying is vaccine, is gene therapy. It's never been done before, and we are in a trial. This is the Center of Biological Evaluation of Research, and you can go through here. It's for 365 days for those of you that are in the study. I would encourage you all to go to the FDA YouTube and watch the booster presentation, and that is for 8 hours. Go out to 4 hours, because that will give you a lot of information, and also the recent one for the children, the last hour, because all those doctors, even though they voted yes, they did not want to have a mandate. So my concern is, and the biggest one is the myocarditis and the pericarditis, because even though they have the approval for the FDA for the children, they have a study till 2024 to evaluate the inflammation of the heart. And so I think everybody, and not just listen to one individual, but all of us as community should be watching this information, because we are all in a study. There's no right or wrong. We are still evolving. And look at India. India has lack of, they have dark skin. We don't have any sunlight. The number one thing that they have found out, 85% of those people in a hospital is low vitamin D. When people come to our clinic, the number one thing we do is test for vitamin D. And majority of those people are 17, which is low, or below 35. So I encourage all of you guys to be taking your vitamin D, and the health department should be doing things like that to encourage better health.
Thank you. Suzanne Skubic. Jamie Blauhara is on deck.
Hi, Suzanne Skubic, S-K-U-B as in bird, I-C-K. I'm from Charlevoix County. And I want to speak in support of the doctor and Ms. Peacock, because I believe that they are doing the right thing. They are following science. An earlier speaker mentioned that that those of us who are concerned about the mask mandate are older and more vulnerable. Well, yeah, we are old. Many of us are older and we are vulnerable, but that does not mean that children aren't vulnerable too. And as someone else already stated, we're not just wearing it for ourselves, we're wearing it to protect others. And I'd like to see children wearing masks so that they protect me. So I'm going to keep it short. I just wanted to say that I think that they're doing the right thing. And I think it would be a miscarriage of justice to terminate their contracts. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Jamie Blauhara. Judy Kolka is on deck.
Hi, I'm Jamie Blauhara, BLAAUW-HARA. I'm from Charlevoix County. I wish to speak to agenda item 10. I'm in support of the work of Dr. Josh Meyerson and Lisa Peacock in protecting our community. The University of Michigan, along with State Health Department, found that Michigan K through 12 schools without mask mandates saw 62% more coronavirus spread. This spreads the virus to vulnerable members of the community. I lost 2 friends to COVID, and I don't want to lose any more. The CDC further found that schools without mask requirements in 520 US counties saw COVID infections double. I thank Dr. Meyerson and Ms. Peacock for their leadership in keeping our county safe in the face of paranoia and unprecedented epidemic. Perhaps firing the leadership makes people feel powerful. This epidemic is hard. It's easy to feel powerless. Firing Dr. Meyerson and Ms. Peacock is just not the answer. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Judy Kolka, Nancy Ferguson's on deck.
I am Judy Kolka, a resident of Antrim County's Torch Lake Township. My last name is Kulka. During my working life, the majority of my working years as an RN were in public health with the Ingham County Health Department as a public health nurse and nursing supervisor. I am surprised that this meeting is even addressing the competence of the health officer and medical director of the Northwest District Health Department. If some among you are not aware of our country's long history of support of life, liberty, and happiness of our US citizens by support and funding of public health systems, you should learn and study your US history. Your public health leaders in this health district are performing their sworn duties to protect the lives of the citizens of this health district. Why would you ask them or expect that they would do otherwise? The mask mandate for school children is the only item in the arsenal left to try to protect unvaccinated citizens, be they children or adults. I would expect that this board and our county commissions should anticipate suits against them should they fail to allow these public health trained experts to carry out their sworn role in this pandemic and attempt to prevent more sickness and deaths from the COVID-19 virus. Thank you for allowing my voice to be heard on this matter. I don't like wearing a mask any more than any of you probably do, but I recognize that we must use whatever necessary measures to prevent disease and death from this virus.
Thank you. Nancy Ferguson on deck is Gabriel, and I can't pronounce the last name.
My name is Nancy Ferguson, Ferguson, and I've sat where you are sitting today. I was 6 years as Charlevoix County Commissioner and 6 years serving on this health board, and I learned a lot. I'm not discussing masks today. Like a lot of people, I'm tired of listening to arguments about a 5x9 piece of cloth. We have our opinions, and that's that. I am going to address, however, item 10 on this agenda, which is addressing the possible termination of the contracts of our medical officer, Lisa Peacock, and our medical director, Dr. Josh Meyerson. This should not happen. I am in full support of them and the bravery they've shown in leading all the counties that they are dealing with. I served, as I said, on this board for 6 years, and we have some new members on this board, several now, new members on this board who have less than 30 hours, less than 1 week of time in serving with this board. And yet they feel like they've learned so much that they can question all the authority of these people to do their jobs which are outlined and what they have the authority to do and what they don't. And so I'm thinking about the experience or lack of experience was you're proceeding forward and asking for someone to be discontinued for one decision evidently that you disagree with. So I support Lisa Peacock and Josh Meyerson. Now I've had 13 people who have served on boards, school boards, who have contacted me and said, thank you to these people, because we didn't want to make that decision. And I don't blame them, because all of a sudden at every school board meeting, they have all the people that we have here today that you're politely listening to. Is that 1 minute? Two. I'm out of time. I support them.
Thank
And that
you.
will be that.
Gabrielle. Trish Fox is on deck.
Hello, my name is Gabrielle DeRocher Shin Radica. And I just want to thank the board for hearing us out today. This is such an important forum, I think, for the community. People in my family have lived in Antrim County for 5 generations. George and Althea Williams, my great-great-grandparents, moved to this county from Allegan County after losing 4 of their 5 children to diphtheria before there was a vaccination. So Antrim County has been a haven for my lineage, for the people in my family. And now we fast forward 100 years and to 2020, and my father had a stroke in the middle of the pandemic. I moved back to Michigan to be part of his care team. He's now in a nursing home in mid-Michigan. I could move anywhere in Michigan. I could live in Detroit. I could live in mid-Michigan. I chose Antrim County in part because of the health department, because from the minute that I found the website and the Facebook page, I had all the information that I needed to get vaccinated, to get my booster, to not only like get a test when I thought I had COVID. And I was so grateful and just so happy that in this county, we have people who are looking out for the interests of everyone, not individual freedoms, but the well-being of the community, which is what trumps that right now. So I just want to say, I urge you all to vote as though only your own conscience is watching, to uphold this standard of doing no harm, to look out for the children and families of our county, all of our counties, and to continue to support the leadership of this health department. We need them, and we need you. We need you to do what's right. Thank you.
Thank you. Trish Fox.
Hi, I'm Trish Fox from Antrim in Alden. I'm former school board member, former teacher, former Shoreham ISD. I wrote a really cool kind of a comment response. I sent it to all the board members and it's on my Facebook, so I'm not going to bother. I'm just going to speak. I've heard a lot of people talk about who should stay, who should go, COVID, not COVID, mask, not mask. That's not what we're here for. We're really here about the division of our community and how it's evolved into just a place where we need to repair it. That's what this problem is. Nothing that I've heard prior is the problem. I don't care who runs this. I care that there's change and there's grace. And I'm not seeing that. I'm going to read a few excerpts and feel free to go to my Facebook. It's pretty cool. And you can read the whole thing. I'm not going to give all the CDC and all the things. We all know that. I took 2 months and read up on COVID, the effects, people, society, because I wanted to hear both sides of it. I didn't want to be that person. And I don't think I am that person. And if you read my my statement, you'll see that. Basically, what I came up with is people who believe in choice are not anti anything. Our government, our local entities, all the way up the path, have created these catchwords to basically dismiss people. And those are anti-vax, anti-mask, anti-fill in the blank. You can fill in anything because people just throw out your anti if you have any kind of an opinion or a question. Wear the damn mask, selfish if you don't. All of these things are misnomers. No matter where you stand on this, you love your children, you love your community. I am the hugest cheerleader of my community. And it has been devastating to watch its downfall because people have been given a hall pass and permission to be less than human to each other. I don't care what side. 2 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We are at
George Robson, Petoskey. And I'm here to, I'd like to say that everyone is entitled to their own opinion, but not their own facts. And I applaud the health department relying on science and data to act in the best interests of our schools and our entire community. Thank you, and please continue your hard work and dedication in this area. of concern to us all. Your work is truly appreciated and you have my total support. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes my list. Do I have anybody else that didn't have the opportunity to sign up, that has not spoken and would like to speak in public comment? Not hearing anybody running down the hall. So give it one more second here while I switch out my agenda. Not hearing anyone. I do want to make sure everybody is aware you did receive comment cards. They were printed out for you in a packet. I did not have the very last, down to the last minute. I did, however, have 604 from September 7th at 8:17 p.m. to November 1st at 3:34 p.m., at which time you were all distributed that information. Lisa did have a count on positive, negative, or just, we didn't know. There were some comments that just said, here, what am I supposed to do? There were some blank ones.
How do you define positive and negative, just so I understand?
They spoke to support of either the health department, the health officer, support of mask mandate, support of Josh Meyerson. Not in support, were requesting that
That's fine. That's close enough. I just wanted to hear.
there was different verbiage used, but the opposite of support for the same issues.
Maybe you should say support, non-support, rather than positive, negative. Negative sounds like you're making a value judgment. Why don't just call it support, non-support?
Support, non-support, thank you. When I did my little check marks, I had to have some type of way of distinguishing. If you want to speak to that, Lisa, just so that people have an idea how many were.
Sure. I mean, I just counted what was in the packet that we passed out today, and there were 605 total comments from the public. 42 of them were difficult to determine because they just used a yes or a no or a number. So there were 42 that we just said unknown. 66 were non-support, as Charlie defined, and 497 of the 605 were supportive.
All board members, again, did receive those comments, so you are welcome to review. Ms.
I have a
Powers.
question. What is the purpose of this and who paid for such outrageous amount of copying?
I printed it at home.
I'm sorry?
I printed it at home.
You printed every one of these at your home?
So that you would have them in case you didn't have time to read the online copy or couldn't access your email. They're public comments. So I felt it was important that the board be aware of the comments that were submitted by the public.
So we have always, since this pandemic, and you'll have to correct me if I'm wrong, prior to the pandemic, we have requested public comment. And a conduit for that public comment has always been through our website, where you can comment using the comment card procedure. We haven't been real popular in the past. We haven't gotten any comments. But this, because it is on our notice and it continues to be on our notice. And when I would ask Natalie Kazaborski, our deputy, I asked her if there was any public comment online. She would check the comment cards. She would identify if there were any comments. Obviously, we had a lot more than what we typically have at a typical meeting. So that is the reason you all have a copy. You also received copies of comment cards at the last meeting because they were numerous. They are not read into the public record at here, though. So nobody came running in. So I'm going to say public comment is now closed. We'll move on to election of vice chair. with the resignation of Dave White out of Emmett County, that left that position open. I will take nominations.
Madam Chair, I'd like to nominate Charlie McGinnis.
I'd like to second that.
I argue against it.
Yeah, I think it sounds like you have to take that up with Shirley.
You don't want to argue with Shirley.
Are there any other nominations?
Yes, Madam Chair, I nominate Rob Pallarito.
I'll support that.
Charlie McGinnis has been nominated by Matt, seconded by Shirley. Rob Pallarito has been nominated by Julie, seconded by Jairus. Is there any debate or comments on any of the nominees?
Madam Chair, I have a quick question. What is it exactly Ms. Vogler is showing you on her computer?
The parliamentarian,
Okay.
just to be sure that we're in process.
It appears like she's here to represent you only, and that's not her role in this.
No, but I need to be able to have that visual with the parliamentarian. I think it was important to everybody to make sure that we held a
I just wanted to know what was going on.
meeting.
Thank you.
So I'm just making sure I hit the steps.
Understood.
So is there any questions, comments of the nominees, any discussion? Not seen. We will now vote on appointing the position of vice president. We will do a roll call vote, and when your name is called, please indicate your preference for vice president. Declare the candidate that you wish to hold the position of vice chair. Majority will be appointed. Roll call, please.
Ruby,
Pallarito.
Barbie,
McGinnis,
Olaf,
McGinnis,
Hankins,
Pallarito.
McGinnis,
McInnes.
Coons,
McGinnis.
Pallarito,
Pallarito.
Howard,
Pallarito.
we stand tied. We can vote again. If we vote a second time, well, let's vote again. Is there any questions for any of the candidates? All right, roll call, please.
Howard,
Pallarito.
Pallarito,
Pallarito.
Coons,
McGinnis.
McGinnis,
McInnes.
Hankins,
Pallarito.
Roloff,
McGinnis,
Barbie,
McGinnis,
Ruby,
Pallarito.
we stand tied. So, I'll ask each individual, do you wish to withdraw? Pallarito, do you wish to withdraw your nomination?
No, I don't.
Mr. McGinnis, do you wish to withdraw your nomination? Nope. Okay, so we will postpone possibly to the next meeting. We'll see how this one works out. I'll put it at the end of my agenda.
Ma'am,
Yes,
is there a possibility that we could put their names in a hat and draw one out?
no.
I mean,
That
I've
would be-
seen it at the town.
That'd be a secret ballot.
No, I mean, put your name in the hat, his name in the hat, and the chair draws a name out.
And hold the lottery?
Yeah.
I don't believe that that would be in order, sir.
I think you have to have a majority.
Madam Chairman. I have nothing against either of these candidates, but I would like to say that Mr. Pallarito has had more experience on this board. And Mr. McGinnis, I believe this is your first meeting.
Yeah, it's my 9th year on the county board. However, this is not my first experience of this nature.
I understand that.
And it's a fair point. Yeah, you're correct. I am new to this.
The same is true of Mr. Pallarito.
So I will put that back before committee reports well, actually, I'm gonna put that as unfinished business. After committee reports, we'll have that discussion. Committee assignments of the new board members. Mr. Coons indicated that he had some limited availability during the day. Typically, the finance meets pretty regularly. So I'm inclined to appoint Mr. McAnnis to that program, personnel and finance, and then program and evaluation would be Mr. Coons.
Thank you.
Any objections?
I'm with me.
Then we will move forward. Conflict of interest. We have 2 new members, so they have to sign off on conflict of interest. I'm not sure if I got everybody to sign off on conflict of interest, but we need to sign the annual form regarding conflict of interest before we discuss the recently filed lawsuit, Let Them Breathe versus Health Department Northwest and Gaylord Schools. Just want to make sure that if you do feel that you have a conflict of interest, if you have a affiliation or an advisor to any of the members of the plaintiff group or their attorney, please disclose to the membership. This is your opportunity to do so. In addition, there is a form that you need to sign and to comply with the annual conflict of interest. If at any time that changes, if you've already signed and there's something that does come up, you do need to declare it to the board. It's just declaration, and then the board can have the discussion as to whether it's something that we should ask the individual to abstain or not to abstain from.
With regard to the lawsuit, I've got a question. I presume having a child, and I don't, in the Gaylord school system, that does not qualify as a conflict. Is that correct?
Correct.
As I understand, the plaintiff did not identify its membership. Is that correct?
Correct.
So it's impossible to know who are members of that organization, but I'm not one.
And so that is, if you are a member of that group, because they did not identify, and you have it, you potentially have a conflict of interest that needs to be declared at this body. So I'll ask if anyone has any declaration. Yes, Mr. Ruby.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, Jennifer sent it to me, but my computer wouldn't let me sign it, so I still have to sign it. And she said there was gonna be a copy here or something, so.
I'll have a
I
copy.
just,
Yeah, I'll have a copy before you guys.
I just
Same
want to
for
give
me.
the opportunity to verbally
Same for
indicate so
me.
that we can deal with it if we gotta deal with it. Seeing none, hearing none, I'm going to pass it over to Lisa Peacock and Lisa Vogler, the health officer and the attorney, to address the litigation update.
Go ahead, sir. Is this on? Or do I push it?
No, it's green is on.
Green is on, okay.
You can pull it forward if you like.
Okay, so just a short update. Things have evolved and I sent you an email update last week, so you're aware of this already. Lawsuit that was brought against the Health Department of Northwest Michigan and the Gaylord Community Schools as co-defendants by the Let Them Breathe organization was addressed in 2 hearings in the probate court of Otsego County. Immediately when we were served with the summons, I contacted our legal counsel, Jim Young and Lisa Vogler, to let them know. Immediately, we contacted our insurance carrier for our liability insurance, which is typical practice if something like this happens. And the next phone call that I had was with the superintendent of the Gaylord Community Schools. We've worked very closely together over the past couple of years, and Brian and I talked right away about the lawsuit and legal representation, and agreed that it would be great if our attorneys would work together in defending this lawsuit, which they did proceed to do. We had an initial hearing where both the plaintiff and defendants legal representation presented their case. Our attorneys were arguing for a motion to dismiss on a few different things, and I will leave the legal language to Lisa. It took 2 hearings to go through that information because the judge needed some time to absorb it and review the information that we presented. And both the plaintiff and defendants needed to present additional briefs at his request. So the second hearing was held about 2 weeks ago, where we reviewed those additional briefs and answered the judge's questions. Between the first hearing and the second hearing, we obtained additional counsel. There have been multiple demands on our legal counsel at the health department related to lots of different things, public health orders, the Board of Health, happenings, and the legal case. In addition, they each have their own clients and their own lives that also have competing priorities. And so I consulted with both Jim and Lisa Vogler about our legal resources. Certainly in a pandemic, we've had, all health departments have had to utilize legal resources at different times because there are a lot of different channels to navigate in that way. And there is a law firm called Foster Swift. It's a downstate law firm that represents several different health departments. Many of my colleagues utilize their services. We spoke about that option as supporting our counsel throughout this litigation. And Lisa had a contact there and was able to negotiate the same hourly rate that Jim and Lisa charge, which is a very low hourly rate. It was about 50% less than what that firm would normally charge. We were very happy with that, and they were able to assign an attorney to support our role in that litigation right away. Our lawyers for both the school and the health department did an amazing job, and last Thursday we were notified that the judge had dismissed the case on the matter of subject matter jurisdiction. It had been filed in probate court. And so I'll leave it to Lisa from there.
Before I take over, did you want to mention the issue of the insurance coverage?
Oh, yeah. So our insurance, our liability insurance carrier is MIRMA. It's a municipal insurance that lots of different health departments and governments use. We did not have coverage for this claim because it was seeking declaratory and injunctive relief versus monetary damages. So it was denied because of that. That's a very typical exclusion that they've had for a long time. In the course of researching that, though, they also said if that hadn't been in place, they would have denied the claim because they have implemented a change to the policy mid-year in the policy year that excludes any claims related to communicable disease, including COVID-19. So that's a concern. We're coming up on our renewal in January. So we're exploring other options for liability insurance to determine what is the best next step. So I'll keep you posted on that.
All right. So you heard Lisa mention subject matter jurisdiction, and simply put, the probate courts in our respective counties are courts of limited jurisdiction. Our circuit courts are courts of general jurisdiction statutorily. So the main issue to the probate judge was whether or not he had subject matter jurisdiction pursuant to any statutory authority. And that was an important initial question, because if in fact he had no subject matter jurisdiction, then ruling on any of the other issues raised would be moot. It would be void. Because if you don't have subject matter jurisdiction, you're in the wrong court. Judge Cooper ruled in our favor and found that there was no subject matter jurisdiction, that the plaintiffs had filed in an inappropriate court, and dismissed the case totally. I will tell you that I saw, when I got here this morning, email from Mr. Delaney, the attorney for Let Them Breathe. He has now refiled the case. I have not had an opportunity to look at the substantive allegations to see if they're exactly the same as the first complaint. But now they've taken the step to file in what is the correct court, and the matter will proceed from there. Now, one of the other issues we raised initially was standing. And standing is basically an argument is whether or not the plaintiff has an injury, the plaintiff and or anyone that's part of the plaintiff group has a recognized injury or the right to bring that lawsuit. So now that first and foremost in the new court, in the court of general jurisdiction, which is the circuit court, that issue of standing will now be raised and addressed. And I'm not willing to predict one way or another how the judge will go. That's not my job. But certainly that argument will be reiterated now in the circuit court. And under our Michigan court rules, you can bring under MCR 2.116, you can bring a motion for summary disposition on an issue of standing as initial response of pleading versus answering the complaint totally. And that'll be the next step that we take.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
Yeah, I've got this mystery organization, which doesn't seem to be competent enough to figure out the report that's supposed to be there. It won't tell you its membership. Do we need to bring in the Mythbusters or something like that? I mean, the Ghostbusters, what's the story here? How are we going to find out who exactly the adversary is?
I think that that's something the court is going to push them on. Again, we have co-counsel now, but we're pretty clearly, if the standing issue is so significant and important, just like the jurisdictional issue, we had to get through step one, which is jurisdiction and outstanding, that if in fact we don't see some identification of someone who has a specific injury that allows them to bring this claim, we would more likely than not ask the court for an interlocutory appeal on that issue.
But you've already seen Facebook postings that suggest that they are out saying, yep, we're going to find somebody to go and be injured. I mean, that's pretty obvious that what they're doing, right?
Right. And that was something that was argued by counsel for the school system, that when this was originally filed in the probate court, it seemed to us, based on these Facebook posts and stuff that were attached to our supplemental brief, not our brief, but Nancy Mullet's brief from Clark Hill in response for the Gaylord Public Schools, that, look, Judge, it appears that these folks were reacting retroactively to try to get an injury to support their plaintiff organization and their standing. So that will definitely be brought before the circuit court judge.
I hope there's a way to address this issue in a way that this mystery organization with its unknown membership is not on both sides trying to influence the health department from the inside, because they are really on the other side. And I'm not naming any names, but with a mystery organization with no idea who its members are, who's the enemy? Which side of the line is this person on?
I understand your concerns, and all of those will be addressed in the context of the lawsuit as it moves forward now in circuit court. Okay.
Are there any other questions? Ms. Peacock has kept you abreast of information as it has come with an update. There is still attorney-client privilege for some instances. If it is a matter of attorney-client privilege that we do need to meet, a special meeting will be held in order to do that. At this point, Ms. Peacock is continuing to keep you abreast via email. Is everybody okay with that? Moving forward? Okay.
Madam Chair, before we move to number 9 there, could we have a 5-minute recess?
Let's make it 10 minutes. We'll come back at 20 after.
Perfect. Thank you.
For your service. This is the first time that I've addressed this Board of Health. And I would also note that all of you are leaders, and I truly appreciate the efforts that you were making under these truly stressful and unusual times. So you understand my background. I was the interim prosecutor for 12 years, served as its civil counsel. And I'm sure some people would, since it occurred during the 70s and 80s, some might characterize it as shortly after the last ice age, but be that as it may, I was in northwestern Michigan during a great growth period. And Sheriff Bean, if you're in the room, I was prosecutor when Sheriff Bean started his excellent law enforcement career in Antrim County. And Sheriff, that may be the only compliment you get all day, but take it while you can. I had a chance to represent the health department in areas of the public health code, sanitary code, intergovernmental relations, and some litigation, to be honest, since the 70s. And because of the great Board of Commissioners that I've had a chance to work with, initially, of course, Antrim County, and then spreading, I've had the opportunity to represent counties, cities, villages, townships, road commissions, all throughout northern Michigan, including local health departments from mid-Michigan to the thumb up to the eastern UP. And why is this relevant? Because I've seen other situations that I would call almost no-win decisions, very difficult situations. And as a professional, I want to make clear that I represent and have represented the governmental body as a legal entity and not individuals who might occupy positions within that governmental unit. In the context of a health department, the attorney should provide advice to the health officer consistent with the health officer's duties. Same with the medical director executing those duties. And to be honest, Board of Health members as well, as they are executing those duties. And for all the people, the positions I've just mentioned, this is not providing individual advice. It is to provide objective professional advice that is in the best interest of the governmental unit. And since we're here talking about the duties of the health officer, these initial comments, I think you're going to see are almost mentioned indirectly and implied by what we're going to cover. I picked up based on the comments of today and from what I've read that there's some very legitimate questions are being asked. Does, for example, a school masking order violate a parent's constitutional rights to decide what is appropriate for their child medically? And does the order comply with Michigan law, be it the public health code or school code? And mentioned in passing, and still a legitimate issue, I respectfully suggest, is that even if the answer to those first two questions or issues are yes, then what can be done to quote unquote ease and as quickly as the law and sound medical judgment permits, terminate a school masking order? And I respect these issues being raised. And why do I say this? Let me read to you before we turn to some specific handouts, an introduction by which was called the Michigan Attorney General's Public Health Bench Book, created in 2007, and it was provided to the judiciary. And this may have been a time that was swine flu, for example, was beginning. And so this really was a reference for courts who might get involved. This is what the Attorney General said that I strongly agree with. In recent years, increased attention has been devoted to public health legal preparedness, assisting in updating current public health laws and educating people who enforce and interpret those laws. Such increased attention seeks to ensure adequate and sufficient responses to both traditional and emerging public health threats. The United States Supreme Court, in a landmark decision of Jacobson versus Massachusetts, a 1905 case, recognized the judiciary as both an enforcer of governmental public health policies, an arbiter of conflicts between individual liberties and public interests that arise from governmental public health actions. And although public health orders are civil in nature, this introduction concludes, they often have a significant impact on the liberty, property, and economic rights of individuals. Now, I would ask, please, that, and I understand this will be put on a screen, another handout prepared and revised, initially prepared 2006, revised in 2007 from the state, called Michigan's Guide to Public Health for Local Governing Entities. Folks either brought that with them or it's my understanding it can be put on the screen. I suggest you go initially to page 4. And okay, if we can move to page 4.
That's it right there.
I'm gonna get to it.
Yeah, with the colors.
So it's just after in your book, there's a Kent County statement. It's the health department reports. Get past Kent County. And then the governor's letter. And then you'll see after all of this chunk, and you'll see this on the back page.
There, page 4, introduction. Notice the opening lines. You will face many challenges as members of local governing entities, always balancing community values, local health priorities, private citizen and business needs against scarce taxpayer dollars. You will be dealing with such issues as emerging global infectious diseases, the provision of health promotion and disease prevention, and appropriate limits of policy and regulatory programs, all within the context of limited resources. As an elected official, you are charged with the public's trust to be a good fiscal steward, along with protecting and promoting the health of your community. And then, because the responsibilities of a health department obviously directly relate to the duties of a health officer, we're going to jump, for the sake of efficiency, to page 18, please. And you're going to see in the upper right-hand corner, if you find it, that specific wording, key local health department responsibilities. Okay, does everybody have it on the screen? It's still on page 4. I don't know if that can move to 18, but
He's working on it and we have all turned to our packet.
oh, good, good, good. Then I don't have to wait. Thank you.
Which page again? I'm sorry.
Page 18. And it should, at the very top in the upper right-hand corner, it should say key local health department responsibilities. And there it is on the screen if you don't have it, and if the screen is available to you. You'll see in the bottom 2 enclosed spaces, shall continually and diligently endeavor to prevent disease, prolong life, and promote the public health through organized programs. And then it talks about the required services shall be directed at the following specific objectives: prevention and control of diseases, prevention and control of health problems of particularly vulnerable population groups. And also a duty of the local health department, implement and enforce laws for which responsibility is vested in the local health department. And obviously, the local health department includes, as you will see in reference later, its chief administrator, the health officer. Next, go to page 20. All this is a listing of required in the LHD, local health department required services. And there you see number 2, infectious/communicable disease control. Now, turning specifically to the references in this booklet related to the health officer, please go to page 24. And there you see under health officer, the heading, a summary of responsibilities. A health officer can be a governing entity's best public health resource, assisting and answering questions from the local governmental entity, which they call LGE, and communities they serve. Then the next sentence talks about administrative rules that specify the specific professional and educational backgrounds required of a health officer. And health officers have explicit authority and responsibility related to protecting the public's health. Then it gives examples. Specifically, a public health emergency due to a disease outbreak or other public health threat. And there you'll see the remainder by notifying the public of those risks, taking necessary legal actions that may include isolating those carrying the infectious disease, quarantining people or places when a threat is suspected, excluding ill children from school, closing a restaurant, stopping instruction, or habitation, of course, when there's unsafe public sewage or drinking water conditions. So they're just examples. They're not limitations. They're just examples of the significant authority, whether you agree or disagree, granted by the Public Health Code to a health officer. Notice the last paragraph. As chief executive officer for their jurisdiction, health officers typically, and then they start listing common activities. Look at the second one, leadership during a public health threat or emergency. Now, before I go on, which will be to page 26, they call or refer to, the AG does, the health officer, chief executive officer in the jurisdiction. Having dealt with what I'm going to call general law counties so often, like we have in northern Michigan. Michigan also has what is sometimes called unified counties, like in Oakland County, where they have a chief executive. Our commissioners that are serving now, you folks, may look at the health department like you would sitting as a commissioner. Don't do so. The Public Health Code is not drafted parallel with a statutes that govern general law townships. To the extent that there's an analogy, it's closer to the concept of a unified county. It's not exactly, but if this were litigated, I'm satisfied based on my experience that the courts would come up with something closer to that. Please go then to page 25 and 26. And there you see specifically monitor infectious diseases, interpret and communicate health data and information, identify priorities and emerging disease trends, and mobilize and educate the community and help them decide on actions to address the problems. And then there's a table. Okay, there you can see basically planning and evaluation of programs designed to prevent disease, and being the administrator responsible for performing the duties assigned or delegated to the local health department. Look at the next one. Having powers necessary or appropriate to perform the duties and exercise the powers given by law to the local health department and which are not otherwise prohibited by law. And issue emergency orders to control an epidemic. Now you see toward the bottom, issue warnings to an individual deemed a health threat. Lastly, protect the public health in an emergency. Please note, in any of these, and we're going to look at some statutes next, unlike, for example, in a city where if an ordinance was done, it's got to be approved by the city council. There is nothing in these references that emergency orders must be approved by the Board of Health or County Board of Commissioners. Let's go to page 29 and 30, please. And there you see under MCL 333.2428 talks about having a full-time health officer. And it also references the professional qualifications for administration of a health department is prescribed by the department. That means the administrative rules that the state health department has enacted. And then the next sentence, the local health officer shall act as the administrative officer of the Board of Health and local health department. And then with that sentence, finishing with the objective to protect the public health and prevent disease. I can easily see county commissioners in our northern counties, or what I'm going to call general law counties, saying something like, gee, if my county administrator did something like this without our approval, that'd be done in a heartbeat. I understand that, but that's not what the public health code provides. Please go then MCL 333-2433. The local health department, of course, common sense shall continually and diligently endeavor to prevent disease, prolong life, and promote the public health. You'll see number 2, implement and enforce laws for which responsibility is vested in the local health department. Also, another important one under B, utilize vital and health statistics and provide epidemiological and other research studies for the purpose of protecting public health. And notice if you go down to F, a broad provision. If powers necessary or appropriate to perform the duties and exercise the powers given by law to the local health officer and which are not otherwise prohibited by law. And even another broad sentence, look at number 3. This section does not limit the powers or duties of a local health officer otherwise vested by law. Okay, page 31 and 32, please. Go down to 333-2453 epidemics. A local health officer determines that control of an epidemic is necessary to protect the public health. The local health officer may issue an emergency order to protect the gathering of people for any purpose and may establish procedures to be followed by persons, including a local governmental entity during the epidemic to ensure continuation of essential public services and enforcement of health laws. Emergency procedures shall not be limited to this code. Again, broad wording. If you go to the next sentence, there's even, of course, there are provisions consistent with due process requiring the involuntary detention and treatment of individuals. And of course, I'm sure this was designed in times of tuberculosis and pneumonia and things like HIV, let alone something far, far worse like the pandemic we're facing. Then there should be a last attachment that I asked also be presented to you. And I hope you have that. It is section 333.251 of the Public Health Code. In case you don't have it, I'll just read the relevant portions. It's called.
Everybody should have received that on your desk when you came in. You also received an email with that attachment as well. So again, it's Public Health Code excerpt. Look like this.
Thank you. It'd be best if I could, if you have it, then I can point out highlights and not read everything. Oh, there it is on the screen too. Imminent danger to health or lives. Upon a determination that an imminent danger to health or lives of individuals exists in the area served by the local health department, the local health officer immediately, and look at the word shall, inform the individuals affected by the imminent danger and issue an order which shall be delivered to a person to avoid correct or remove the imminent danger, or be posted at or near the imminent danger. And of course, the law appropriately says the order should incorporate the findings of the health officer and the require immediate action necessary to avoid, correct, or remove the imminent danger. The order can specify actions to be taken, prohibit the presence of individuals in locations or under conditions where the imminent danger exists, except individuals, obviously, whose presence is necessary to avoid, correct, or remove the imminent danger. Then if a person doesn't comply, health officer has a right to petition, and circuit court would be the proper court to get what lawyers would call an injunction or a court order that requires compliance. Imminent danger, a condition or practice which could reasonably be expected to cause death, disease, or serious harm immediately or before the imminence of the danger can be eliminated through enforcement procedures otherwise provided. So my friends, these are very broad provisions. And it is a legislative question, whether you think they go too far or not. All due respect, that is for the courts really to decide. But I wanted you to understand, and I'm glad, I don't know who brought up this issue about covering the duties of the health officer, but the public health code is quite broad. And as Board of Health members, this is simply not analogous to the situations that you're used to in, for example, all of our counties that comprise this health department. The health officer has independent powers. That does not mean that the health department can't ask questions regarding the justifications or the basis for orders. And when we get to the next part of my presentation, I will be covering that. Are there questions regarding the public health code that I can reasonably answer without doing further legal research?
Mr. Young was asked to explain the duties and responsibilities of the health officer. He pointed out several sections. There's quite a few pieces that he identified. Does anybody have any questions specific to that presentation at this time?
Is he going to then go on to this issue of obstruction? Is that a separate step, or is that also incorporated in what he's just done?
Oh, part of the public health code.
Right.
333-1291. He may talk about that.
But that's going to come up, right? Because I've got a question related to that.
Mr. Young, he has a question regarding obstruction, and you'll cover that. If not in your next presentation, we'll address it after that.
Yes, I'm going to cover it in my next presentation, and I can do it now. I mean, there is a specific statute that prohibits any person from interfering or obstructing with the duties of the health officer or the health officer or interfering with the performance of those duties. And that really leads to the second part. Given my history in municipal law, I've seen, of course, many issues that are controversial. And I've always felt at times a duty to speak up when I see actions that might not be compliant with the law or consistent with good public policy, or that could have adverse financial ramifications on the governmental entity. And I know one of the issues is discharge of the health officer and medical director. I am concerned that without proper legal research and guidance, that regardless of their contracts, that the discharge of either of these people would be in violation of the statute I just talked about in terms of obstruction and alleged to be retaliatory in nature, especially when the health officer and medical director would assert they were performing their duties pursuant to the public health code. And that leads to, and forgive me for using a legal term, but it describes it best, ultra vires activities. That means a public officer, including a county commissioner, acting outside the scope of that public official's power. And that includes the health officer and the medical director. It would be alleged in a litigation that the school masking order was issued pursuant to the power and duties of the health officer. Doesn't mean it can't be amended. Doesn't mean that we can't try to work at ways of, with input from schools and based on objective medical evidence, find ways of easing that order and trying to get it, based upon objective evidence, eliminated as quickly as possible. And as I mentioned, the statute specifically says a person shall not willfully oppose or obstruct a health officer in the performance of that person's duty. And that would be the basis of an argument made if a wrongful discharge claim up, if these persons were discharged. And there's other implications. If it was alleged that a vote to eliminate a health officer and medical director who were performing their duties pursuant to the public health code, that it was outside the scope of the authority of the people voting for that, I am concerned that could lead to potential personal liability or wrongful discharge and maybe even a civil rights claim. Now, I'm only raising issues. I've not researched these. I'm raising concerns that I feel an obligation to point out to all of you objectively, realizing I recognize seriously the legal issues regarding constitutionality, for example, and the importance, I'm sure that everybody would agree, to the circumstances can allow we or you folks assist the health officer in trying to, when it's appropriate, terminate that school masking order. Also, I've got to note that litigation that could result from the discharge of health officer and medical director might not be covered by your county insurance for two reasons. And again, I'm raising these issues. I'm not researched, but having worked with insurance carriers, and I used to do defense work for what's called the Michigan Township Participating Plan, which was the MIRMA equivalent, but for townships and not counties. They could deny coverage. Number one, they've come up secretly with a denial of coverage for COVID-related issues. And they also could try and deny coverage saying these were wrongful acts, ultra vires acts, and there is no coverage. And even if the counties attempted to try and reimburse a person for legal expenses, that county could be sued by its residents for trying to reimburse one of its commissioners for duties outside of their activities, outside of their scope of their statutorily authorized duties. All of these things are a waste of taxpayers' dollars. I also am concerned about if these people were let go. Please understand there are state requirements as well as administrative rules regarding the replacement of these people and the requirements for their professional and educational background. That's got to be considered. I'm also concerned about the dissolution of this health department in the midst of the world's worst epidemic, a pandemic. There are public health services mandated by law. A county must provide them. or the state can step in and charge the county for providing those services. I've communicated with the state health department, and I'm advised that pursuant to financial agreements with local health departments, the state can transfer money from these entities and send that money to other health departments to perform the statutorily required duties that our local health department may no longer be able to provide. Also, I found out in talking with the state health department, if the medical director is fired, all clinics must stop that are under the auspices of our health department. These clinics include vaccination clinics, communicable disease clinics, such as HIV clinics, for example, and clinics in schools. I repeat, clinics in schools where a child might become ill for whatever reason, not necessarily COVID, during the school day. I'm told that by the state. All I'm saying is, and in addition, there are multiple contracts with this health department, Benzie Leland Health Department, and District Health Department number 4. The impact of those contracts should at least be analyzed as if the issue of discharge of the public health officer or medical director are seriously considered. And please consider the costs involved. Having watched a portion of the last Antrim County Board of Commissioners meeting where the county administrator was asked to look into steps for dissolution, I really want to make sure that folks understand it's not just looking at the legal aspects of what steps should be taken for a county to remove itself, but please look at the financial impacts to the county and the legal impacts under the public health code and state administrative rules. And the only way to properly analyze that is to talk to the local state liaison from the state health department, who really is an excellent person. And for the folks at Antrim County, I'm more than happy to talk to Pete Garwood, not provide advice, but only to give contact information, which Lisa Peacock did do as well, to contact this person at the state health department. Because again, financial ramifications as well as legal ramifications. I'm concerned also, and I feel I have a legal duty to tell you, from what I've been able to gather following this health department that I've helped represent since the 70s. To be honest, it is not an overstatement to believe some of these people believe there's a hostile work environment because of stress and that some quality people have left. That concerns me regarding the long-term consequences of trying to hire and find good, competent people in the long run. And lastly, please understand that while the Board of Health appoints the health officer and audits claims against the health department, right or wrong, the public health code is silent regarding other duties. For example, I've heard discussion of, and please understand, I'm only assisting the health department because of the COVID situation and this tremendously complex situation that we're in. Otherwise, I would have fully transitioned into retirement. Is that the authority of a county board and the health officer? You've got to be careful about that. Can a board say, Lisa Peacock, the attorney, primary attorney you fired, discharge her? Can you stop the health officer from hiring and using another independent contractor, such as certain computer specialists or programming specialists? I don't have an answer to that question. I'm telling you, these are legal issues that must be researched, or should be researched, I should strongly say, before action is taken on some of the agenda items. And to the extent that I have any recommendations to you, it is my strong recommendation that no action be taken regarding the termination of either of these individuals without proper legal research. I'm not taking a position on the merits. I'm simply telling you that there are significant consequences if you continue action. Up to you whether you want to vote on it. There's another option of adjourning those items or just taking them off the agenda. Please understand, to the extent that there are issues regarding the constitutionality of various issues, as mentioned in the different Attorney General guidebooks that we've talked about, that's for the courts to decide. Please don't attempt to use your powers or what you think are your powers to try and accomplish a certain end. There's an old saying, does the end justify the means? How can you reach your goal, which is questioning the legality of the various regulations or the public health code, and do so consistently with the law and avoiding unnecessary expenditure of tax dollars? That's my concern. And there are, I'm not sure that they've been used yet, but there can be in the federal court, especially, and I'm not going to provide legal advice on how to do that, how to sue my own health department, but there are ways that can and could be done that would allow things to be done cost effectively and not have individual lawsuits in Otsego County, another one in another county, and another one in another county, all of which really revolve around almost the same issues that affect every county, or every, I can't say every county that is subject to a masking order. The last time I checked, and I can be correct, at least if I'm wrong, there are approximately 15 health departments, be it county health departments or district health departments, that had masking orders. And properly analyzed, there could be cost-effective ways of litigating the constitutionality of these actions. I can happy to tell you what I think would happen in such litigation, but I'm telling you, that's the proper way to deal with these issues, not with community divisiveness, not with termination of people that aren't doing things that you, in your heart, truly believe are appropriate. And I respect that. I respect those issues. Those are legitimate issues. But please understand the consequences, potential consequences of actions, despite their good intentions of trying to reach goals that you believe are important for your community and what your constituents believe is appropriate. I'm telling you this because I believe I have a duty to you. I've told other municipal entities if I thought they were heading down a road. Many, almost all, followed my advice. There's been one that didn't, and it resulted in years and years of litigation in both state court and federal court, and the expenditure of hundreds of thousands of dollars. And it ended up in a method that consistent with what I had suggested earlier. So we try and find ways of doing things, my friends, cost effectively, consistent with the law. And I'm not saying any of your goals are inappropriate. Let's just do it. I ask, please, that you do it the right way. Now, can I answer any questions on what I've talked about?
Yeah, relating to the obstruction of a person enforcing the health law. So up in Pellston, Emmett County has an airport and it's got PFAS there and the health department's involved. And let's say I go to have a meeting with Lisa Peacock and I say, look, would you guys just back off? What happens to me? Am I obstructing?
All right, give me the facts one more time.
I'm trying to use a
hard for me to hear. I had to turn up my
yeah, I'm trying to use a hypothetical so I don't address.
I understand.
But the question is, thank you. Emmett County has an airport. The airport has contamination of aqueous film forming foam called PFAS. And it's creating a contamination issue and the health department is involved. I'm an Emmett County commissioner and I know there are costs involved. let's say that I conclude that I think I'd like the health department to back off. And let's say I send a letter to Mrs. Peacock and I say, I demand that you stop requiring certain things at Pellston. What are the recourses that I should be concerned about against me for apparently violating or obstructing?
Well, understand for this statute to apply, it's got to be opposing the health officer in the performance of that person's legal duty. And what you're talking about really is the sanitary code regulation. And I probably have to have more facts, but there could be a concern, and understand how PFAS is getting to be a big issue.
Well, rather than causing you to be sidetracked here, just in general, I was just trying to find a kind of a off to the side example, but in general, what constitutes obstruction and what are the impacts to an individual who is alleged to have obstructed?
Well, it could be argued that failing to, if funding was appropriate from a county, they withheld funding because they were trying to oppose or obstruct a health officer's order that was lawfully issued. It could be argued that's obstruction. If there was a lawsuit regarding termination of the health officer, to be blunt, I would be shocked if the attorney representing the health officer didn't make that as well. What are the consequences? Number one, under the public health code, it's a crime, it's a misdemeanor to do that. And to be honest, aside from that, it wouldn't surprise me if the common law did not allow damage claims. And like I say, one of the things that if I were representing one of the parties, I would look at that I'm concerned about on behalf of my public entities. There's a claim that you're violating their civil rights. They're performing their statutory duties. They have a constitutional right, let alone a statutory obligation to do that, and you're interfering with it. So I mean, anyway, so the answer is A, could be considered a misdemeanor, B, could be subject to some civil liability, and C, to be perfectly honest, in these politically charged times, and I'm only raising this issue, I haven't researched it, it might be a basis for removal of that person from office by the governor.
Thank you.
Mr. Young, Scott Hankins here. Thank you for your time today, and thank you for breaking this down for us. I have a question about what supervisory abilities this Board of Health has then over its, and let me say this, I don't believe that Ms. Peacock has acted outside of the law. However, having the right to do something and doing that something are quite often two different things. So what supervisory ability does this Board of Health have over its local health officer? Take Ms. Peacock's name out of it, over the local health officer, period. Because what, and I will do a terrible job of paraphrasing here, Jim, but what I've heard you say is we hire her and we empower her, or our local health officer. I'm going to take the personality out of it, but we hire our local health officer, we empower them, and then we have no other input but termination. Is that an adequate paraphrase?
The public health code does not provide any supervisory control over the health officer by the Board of Health. That does not mean, I don't think, and please understand, my friends, we're dealing in areas that haven't been litigated. So you're trying to, you're sort of based on experience, trying to anticipate how courts might rule. Do I think it's appropriate for a Board of Health to, for example, say, we owe it to the public to understand why these orders were issued. Please provide us the medical evidence or the justifications for the order. What are you doing to interact, for example, with the school masking orders, as controversial as they are? What are you doing to interact with the schools to get their feedback regarding what disadvantages, if any, do they see in the school order? For example, you've got something that I see coming up. You've got winter sports coming up, don't you? Okay, there's going to be wrestling, basketball, cheerleading, things like that. How do you deal with the masking order in that? Not that you can control that, but that you can ask the question. Now, if, and it would require some good legal research to really give you a super good answer in this, okay? So I'm trying to anticipate what I think the research might find, but this is such a novel area. We've never been faced by this before. I think it's legitimate as public officers for you to ask the why. What's the justification? And for the public then to evaluate that. If that information is not provided, that's a different story. I may then give you a different answer regarding if the officer does not provide justification. But it doesn't mean that you couldn't challenge what they do in court. But I'm not telling you, I am not telling you that because you disagree with their orders, you have a right then to discharge them. And that's the implication, my friend, of your question. And by the way, if I might, since I gave Danny Bean a compliment, I want to thank you, sir, for all your years in law enforcement and caring for your community. And thanks, buddy, for serving as a commissioner. I appreciate that.
Thanks, Jim. The sheriff and I both appreciate the interactions that we've had with you also. Except I think you beat me in a civil infraction hearing and I wasn't crazy about that.
I don't remember.
But who's keeping score, right? So, okay, I appreciate your answer there.
Mr. Hankins, I understand you're still formulating your next
Thank you.
question, but
Go ahead,
would you
Jim.
mind maybe addressing the roles and responsibilities specific to this board? My understanding is we have the authority and the responsibility to assign the health officer, which is also our administrative officer. And then much of the day-to-day administrative tasks are handled by our health officer. They also appoint the medical director, the health officer does. The board is responsible for approving the budget, which we just did. Auditing, which means we are represented with the financial audit each year and approving that. What else above and besides that?
Well, the budgetary issues, which you indicated as well, right? But the public health code is so poorly drafted when it relates to, let's call it the duties and responsibilities of the Board of Health as an entity, okay? And I'm sorry, but there's only one real section that talks about the Board of Health in detail, okay? And to be honest, and I'd be happy to research it. I personally think it'd be a waste of time because I doubt there's any court cases or attorney general opinions that go beyond what the statute says.
Yeah.
But it speaks to us not functioning the way that we typically would in our roles as county commissioners.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it doesn't say that, but when you read and I've done this so much, there are things called rules of statutory construction that you have to apply, and they're come from Supreme Court cases typically, that you have to apply. You have to read a statute as a whole. You can't take out certain sections. And if you read the statute as a whole, it is simply not parallel to what all of you folks are accustomed to with our general law counties. I mean, I'm sorry, but it's just not. And I think that's been one of the issues that is, how do I say this, unintentionally caused some misunderstandings, even though those actions were well intended. Okay. So they're not the same. You're correct.
And my understanding is also this is a state law. that has been, the local units have been directed to ensure that it gets carried out properly. But that doesn't necessarily mean we get to write our own rules. That means that we are just an extension of the state in order to provide those services that are mandated within our local communities, to provide a mechanism to carry that out. Correct?
I think that's a reasonable statement. I think that's everything in the public health code. And if you look at the guidebook that we were covering, I think if you read that, that's a reasonable statement based upon the statutes in the guidebook.
Thank you. Scott, did you have an additional question?
Well, I guess, Mr. Young, I'd like to speak, or I'd like to have you speak to the initial part of my first question to you. Having the right, the legal right to do something as compared to actually doing that something. If our public health officer utilizes discretion that is not consistent with the board, does that lead to a valid means of not renewing that contract?
Not if the health officer is acting consistent with their statutory duties. Okay, let me tell you what in an analogy that I've seen elsewhere. This had to do with zoning, or it could, I can give you an example directly relating to the health department based on past issues that have arisen in the sanitary code context. Because until the pandemic, typically the thing that was litigated or dealt with most, right, were sanitary code issues, wells, sewers, septic systems, things like that. Let's say a person appeals the denial of a well permit or a septic system, probably a better example, because of the permeability of the soil. It's not going to allow the effluents coming out of the septic system to properly disseminate over the ground assets that's likely to contaminate a neighbor's water well. I've seen situations in which the person then appeals that denial to a county board of appeals. And I'm not going to give any names or specifics, but there have been times in which I've been concerned that the decisions were made on not offending the local citizen, their constituent, and not protecting the public health, is analyzed by the chief sanitarian. Now, what would happen then if the appeals board granted an appeal and there was no basis for it? The health department then, to be blunt, not that this happen, and I hope it never will, because there's got to be adequate training of boards of appeals, which is on a to-do list once this crazy pandemic is over. Could challenge court. I've seen zoning cases in which the Board of Appeal people have objected so strongly, including the township board, with decisions of the Board of Appeals. Do they fire the Board of Appeals? No. Assuming the Board of Appeals was regularly following the law, it didn't have conflicts of interest, things like that. There's actually been a discussion of taking them to court. So I hate to say this because it's a waste of taxpayers' dollars, but the Board of Health could challenge the health officer's decisions in court. One of your member counties could, and Lord knows I'm not suggesting that. I hate seeing taxpayers' dollars wasted. Okay, so I'm saying termination based upon the person exercising their lawful authority, and you disagree with it. Yes, they have the right to do it, but they shouldn't do it. If the facts exist that allow that professional to make that judgment and you don't like it, take them to court and challenge their basis. Don't fire them. I'm sorry, but that's the way this rigid health department, excuse me, rigid public health code is written.
Madam
I've
Chair,
got to be honest with you.
can I ask a question?
Yes.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Jones.
So just to summarize my understanding of your presentation, I understand that the health officer has a professional and a legal obligation to act in preventing disease and acting in the best interest of public health, and that's completely independent of any opinion necessarily of the Board of Health.
Yes.
Thank you.
Consistent with their duties, and obviously there's got to be a factual basis for making those decisions. Just claiming you're doing it consistent with the code isn't enough. You've got to have, in fact, if you recall, one of those statutes talked about findings. You've got to have findings and a basis for doing it. Yes, sir.
I believe the health order specifically indicates those findings, correct? As required.
Based on my recollection of the orders, they do contain findings.
Anyone else have any other questions regarding the implications of policy? Yes.
I have a question. I asked this before at a different meeting. We have the authority to hire the health officer, correct? Yes.
Yes.
But you're saying we don't have the authority to fire the health officer. And if we did, we're going to jail?
That's an overstatement by far. No offense, but that's not exactly what I said. I am saying you do not have the authority to fire the health officer if the health officer is performing the statutorily authorized duties and there's findings for it. Okay, that justify that action, even if you don't like it. Now, if you ask me if the person is not performing their duties under the public health code, could we get rid of them? That's a different question. Failing to perform a statutory duty. Because I know I can find sections in the public health code that say that the health officer must perform those duties. And if they don't, the state can step in. So don't say you can never fire them, okay? And am I saying that you're going to go to jail? Could a prosecutor after investigation conclude that a misdemeanor occurred? Sure. Politically, do I think that would happen, having been a prosecutor? No. Do I think it's realistic? No. Could the Attorney General, with this investigation by the state police, charge a misdemeanor? Yes. Is that a more likely scenario if they wanted to go that far? It is theoretically possible. Okay. More likely I'm concerned about is with a firing. I'm more concerned about the civil aspects and the cost of money, the failure of murmur to step up like it should, arguably, and then the cost coming out of the health department's budget or county budgets to pay all the legal expenses in defending that decision. So no, ma'am, I'm not saying you're going to go to jail. I'm saying there's lots of consequences. One of them theoretically is a misdemeanor. I consider that really low probability. Possible, yes, if the AG gets involved.
I want to just follow up on that. Who covers the cost of litigation if the health officer were to sue us? Who covers that cost?
That's a legitimate question. If the health officer is discharged and sued, obviously, the health officer must pay for their own attorney. And in terms of if they sued you individually, obviously they could sue the board, and obviously that's going to come out of your budget. Could they then sue you individually? I'm saying that's a concern I have. I've not researched it. I'm simply telling you that's an issue I think needs to be researched before you definitively try to take some action. And then who would then reimburse you if you were sued? Theoretically, you could come out of the health department budget or your own county. Ideally, the first would be MIRMA, but we've recently found out that MIRMA is doing its best to avoid having to pay attorneys by claiming it's COVID related. And Lisa Vogel can give you their exact wording, I believe, that they've given us. I've also, based upon past experience, seeing these types of insurance carriers saying, well, what you did was intentional, it was outside the scope of your duties. We don't cover that. So if your county wants to cover you, great. It's coming out of their taxpayers' dollars. We're not paying it. Then what if somebody that sues your county saying, why are you reimbursing this person who acted outside their duties? It's just a mess, my friends. The only people that win are the lawyers.
So I think, Julie, it sounds like you've got two different issues that you're asking about. At our last meeting, the board made a motion to rescind the health order.
To have Lisa rescind the health order.
Yes, she was directed to rescind the health order with the motion.
Yes.
And there was a discussion that we, as a Board of Health, have no legal authority to make that motion. And being so, we were acting outside of our legal authority, thereby it is a misdemeanor because that I believe, as we understood it, was obstructing a health officer because we were taking action asserting that we had the ability to do so, but knowing that we were advised that we did not have the authority to do so. And so that is a misdemeanor, if I understand correctly. Mr. Young?
Asking a tough question. The answer is no, I don't think it's a misdemeanor. I think the motion had absolutely no legal standing. It was meaningless. You don't have the authority to do it. If I were looking at it as a prosecutor, having been there and been on the Prosecutors Board of Directors Association, I would say it's not a misdemeanor. It's not obstruction. It was meaningless. I'm sorry. I mean, you meant well, those that voted for it. I'm not criticizing people because I know your intentions are good. But from my perspective, it was a meaningless step. Okay. But would I say that it constitutes obstruction? No, because it had no effect.
Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Rubin?
Yeah, I got a question. So you made a statement earlier that I found kind of interesting. So I'm just kind of asking a follow-up question. So if a health officer resigns or retires and they don't have a health officer, you're telling me that vaccination clinics, the work of the health department is going to cease and desist and not go on? That seems very odd to me.
Medical director. I refer to the medical director.
I got him.
It was a medical, yeah. And the answer is I got that information from directly dealing with I think of the person as the local liaison between the state health department and units of government, such as district health departments. And so that information is provided to me by the state health department. Did she send me the separate regulations that do that? No, that I didn't know this question would arise. But I am telling you, yes, she specifically made that statement. And I questioned her on it just like you did. And her answer was, yes, Mr. Young, it's clear. They would have to cease.
If you don't mind, I think Ms. Peacock has a relevant answer for you on that and can explain it better.
I could just elaborate on it a little bit. The reason that most operations would have to cease is that all of the services that we provide are provided under Dr. Meyerson's standing order. It's his medical license that authorizes all of those services that provide. The other really important part that would affect the operations of the health department is everything we bill for and bill for lots and lots of services are billed under his provider number. And so, if he were abruptly terminated, those licenses, his medical license, his MPI number would go with him. And it takes months to credential a new medical provider to be able to bill and provide services.
So that covers Josh, correct?
Yep, I'm talking about the medical director.
Right, but not you.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Young?
May I ask a favor before we go?
Yes, well, I'd like to stay on in case something else comes up, but go ahead.
One person, Mr. Rubin. I used to know James and Gertrude Rubin. Are they related?
Oh, yeah.
They were clients and dear friends. I'm sorry about their passing, of course, for a number of years, but they would be pleased that you're doing public service. So thank you very much. And thank all of you. Please understand, I've tried to answer things objectively. I just simply want what's best for the health departments and the counties and all the folks you serve objectively and consistent with the law. The law is not good. Let's change it. All righty. Thank you.
Thanks, Jim.
All right, so next order is, I did indicate that I had some suggested motions written, working with the parliamentarian. Do you want to take one back down, please? I think I have enough copies for all the board members, and then one for Ms. Peacock and one for Ms. Vogler as well. There are several action items that were requested to be placed on the agenda. You did see that in your packet. I'm offering suggested motion with proper wording for the board's request. Just take a moment to review the suggested motions. Once everybody's had an opportunity, we'll start through that portion of the agenda. I need another minute. Not hearing any. The first
Karen?
item.
I'm
Yes,
sorry. Does the medical director motion to recommend to the health officer, Lisa Peacock, sorry. Does that mean Lisa's the only one who could terminate Josh's contract?
it is under her administrative tasks. For that, she hires the medical director. You can make a recommendation to her to fire the medical director, but she is the person who would fire that person. Same thing with a deputy health officer, same thing with community program director. So again, I just wanted to be clear in the motion so that everybody's on the same page. So the first item is the health officer, Lisa Peacock's contract renewal termination. I guess we'll start to see if there's a motion to terminate the current contract with the health officer, Lisa Peacock, as of December 31st, 2021, pursuant to the provision with the contract dated 11/10/16, which requires 60-day notice, and in the interim, to begin the process to hire a health officer to comply with state law and all current contract obligations. Is there a motion to that effect?
I'll make that motion.
I have a first by Jairus,
I'll second.
second by Pellerito. It's been moved and seconded. Ms. Vogler is here to answer any questions you may have regarding the contract. You were all provided a copy of the contract within your documentation. It is a renewing contract. So for us to it would automatically renew unless we do something different. So that's the reason for the language of termination. You have to terminate the contract. There is a 60-day clause. Her contract is also tied to the Benzie-Leelanau contract as well. So there are contractual obligations for a health officer bound by contract. So if we don't provide a health officer for Benzie-Leelanau and meet those contractual obligations, we, as the Health Department of Northwest Michigan, are in breach of contract. So I want everybody to understand that those are the implications. Are there any questions regarding this motion or the contracts that you have for Ms. Vogler?
I have a question for the people who made and second the motion. I would like to know their reasoning. I'm new here. I'd like to know why I should be persuaded to vote with them. Is it just a random act, or is there a purpose?
Jarish, you're the maker of the motion. I'll let you speak to that first.
Yeah, unfortunately, the health department where we're at now, it's never going to be the same again. And whether you like it or don't like it, that doesn't matter. At some point, you have to get new leadership and keep moving on. Otherwise, Health Department of Northwest Michigan is probably going to be done.
What specifically about Mrs. Peacock do you believe warrants her termination?
I was really disheartened by the way that the mandate was issued.
So you believe that she was wrong in the way she issued the mandate?
There were approximately 35 school districts in our 4-county area. They'd worked all summer long on plans on what they wanted to do. And on a Friday night, it was all thrown out without contacting any of the Board of Health, without setting up a special meeting. It could have been handled so much better and so much in such a more beneficial way. It was sad.
So specifically then, just to be clear, you are recommending making the motion to terminate Lisa Peacock because of her mask mandate order. Is that correct?
That's incorrect.
Okay, clarify.
So our legal counsel just advised us that the health officer has this professional and legal obligation to act in the best interest of preventing disease and in the public health. And she's obligated to do that, and she doesn't really need the input of the Board of Health. And this is something that happened right before schools were getting started. And schools need to be prepared a few days ahead. That's the most notice they had. And there's nothing that she did that was, according to our legal counsel, that's untoward.
If I can respond to that, Mr. Kuntz.
Please.
Again, I think that she has acted within the law, but there are, I believe at the time she issued the order, 16 of the 83 counties had mask mandates, which means that 67 of those counties, 67 other public health officers, and some of those are broken down by district health departments, but the majority of our state said, let's follow the guidance of the governor and MDHHS, and this has been our issue from the get-go, my issue anyway. Let's follow the guidance of the governor and the State Department of Health and Human Services and allow local school districts to have local control. There was a meeting, I believe, on Thursday with the superintendents that Lisa apparently felt was not enough. So she came out on Friday and made an order that overrode every other school district. And
was that order from the governor, was that intended to leave it up to the school districts or leave it up to local entities?
the governor has said repeatedly, she's going to leave that in the hands of the local school districts.
And
Okay,
not local entities.
For clarification purposes, the governor cannot transfer statutory responsibilities or duties of another entity to someone different. It would be the same, and I'm going to use a comparison because elections were a big thing within my community, that there was outcry for the Board of Commissioners to oversee the election. The election is the statutory responsibility of the clerk. As a commissioner, I can't tell the clerk how to run the election. I cannot give it to that responsibility to the treasurer. I cannot take that responsibility and hold it myself. So as a statutory duty, the governor does not have authority to dictate who gets to make that decision outside of the health officer. So I want to be clear about that, is that the governor cannot transfer somebody else's statutory duties to another entity.
Thank you for that clarification.
I understand what you're saying. Again, having the right to do something doesn't mean that it's right to do that something.
That's not our call to make.
So it is a statutory issue. So the flip side of that is she has the right statutorily to do it. But if she did not act and believe that it needed to be done, she would be derelict of her duty or her statutory duty.
Well, okay.
And so her facts of finding were provided. Now, and I also want to make people aware that the board did not meet. Members did not meet. We were all notified and given the same information. There was no input. I think I heard the word input several times. That was not my role. I didn't have any input as to whether it was issued, not issued. Not my role. It's also not the Board of Health role to have input. So a special meeting was not requested. A special meeting was not had. However, there was a statement issued by members of the board that were against it. Now, when we speak to how it was done, if in fact that is the issue, that's something I think moving forward, this body can address. Quite frankly, the way we do things. Obviously, we found some holes in our bylaws. We found some holes in our rules and how we proceed. These are things we need to address. But there was a board meeting that was upcoming. There was a letter issued to the public, an open letter by members. And it, unfortunately, it did split the communication. It just did. And there's community members that are upset about how that happened. But where our authority is, we didn't have the authority. Now, Ms. Peacock has indicated that she understands the concern. And I'll let you speak for yourself on this. But that moving forward, we can put those things in place to make sure that the board members are better informed to be able to talk to their communities on events that we don't have jurisdiction over, whether the health officer chooses to enforce or not enforce. But we at least have the opportunity to get out into our community and have that discussion. So.
Madam Chairman,
Yes.
I'd like to say something. I've been on this board for quite a few years and I've seen things come and go. And I know we can't all have our wishes. And I know that day was a bad day for all of us. I mean, I have kids, grandkids in the schools also. I know it was a terrible thing that you had to come out and say, well, we're mandating all the school kids. To me, that still was a force that I probably couldn't have handled, but I was there, I'm here, and it's like, I thank you. We could have waited until Monday. Maybe we should have. We all make mistakes along the way, and I'm not anybody in sitting here who's not made a mistake and wish the heck you would have made that decision at that moment. And I know that you're going through an awfully bad time, but I think it's time that we grow up And just think about our health department. What have they done over the years for us? I mean, we got to think about this. We just going to say, well, damn, I don't like what you did, so I'm not going to put you back on the board. I don't think that's fair to you or to us or those people out there. And I know there's a lot of people here today wish that you weren't there, wished he wasn't there. And I'm thinking, what for? I mean, we could have been in a worse predicament today than we were then. So think about it, grow up a little bit. You may have to back down. You may have to say, maybe I'm doing wrong, but we are doing wrong when we say we want to get rid of our medical, our health department system. I'm sorry, but I can't sit here and not say something to all of you. And I think some of you gentlemen, you think different than I do. I'm sure of that. But I think it's time that we said, we all make mistakes. It's one that probably shouldn't have been made, but it was made. And you don't criticize somebody and stomp them in the ground because they make a mistake. I support you.
I'd like to hear from Rob Pallarito as a second, if you have anything to.
Well, the decision, I agree with pretty much everything that was said. My community has been in confusion because they work so hard together. They worked as a team together. The Board of Education, an elected board, the parents, the school, the teachers, they all worked together. They had a plan. Most of it was being masked and online schooling, and absolutely not against a mask. People, I don't know how this thing got so twisted that it's anti-mask. It has nothing to do with masks. It has everything to do with the loss of trust. There's so much loss of trust for the health department in Otsego County at this point. I just don't know how we go forward. So that's my reasoning behind this. I want this health department to succeed. We need to move forward. We need to be successful. A lot of people count on the health department for services. So I just don't see any other way at this point. I see us deadlocked.
Julie, do you have anything to add?
I agree with what Rob said. Our community has been very, very verbal. Our Board of Commissioners has been very verbal about how they feel and about how things were done. I agree with Rob or with Shirley that perhaps there was a different way, but Shirley, what I heard you say is that we have to admit there was a mistake.
No, not that there was a mistake. I don't think it was a mistake. I think when they came out at that time, they honestly believed it was the right, and it probably was the right time to do that.
Okay, but we've had many, 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 many days since that time, and never once have I heard Lisa say, perhaps I was hasty. I did what I needed to do in the time period that I thought I needed to do it. Perhaps I should have had some input from someone else.
Anybody that hasn't spoken that would like to speak again on this topic or have any questions for Ms. Vogler? Because it is an issue concerning an employee. Ms. Peacock, would you like to speak on your behalf?
Is there something you'd like me to speak about in particular? I'm happy to answer questions. I mean, I guess what I'll say is that we issued the order. There was none, and I've said this before, and you've all heard me say this. I said it at the last open meeting. When we issued the order, the urgency was related to the imminent start of school. The order was issued to protect, for one reason, to protect children and school staff. The order was justified by overwhelming medical evidence. In addition to the overwhelming medical evidence and opinions from our local physicians all across Northern Michigan, I read every single correspondence that came my way from the public. And despite the angry, mean approach from some in the public, these green folders are, it's every bit of correspondence that I've received in support. So in addition to people being angry about the mask order being issued on Friday night, there were many people that reached out to both Dr. Meyerson and I over the weekend and thanked us and were so relieved that their kids didn't have to start school the next week without a mask on and without people around them without a mask on. There are more people in this pile that were concerned about the health of their children, the health of their teachers, the health of their families than there were in this pile who were concerned about the mask being a violation of their rights. And so I guess what I will say is that I would hope that we can improve. I'm always open to improvement in the future. I think that this is an agency that stands on a long history of excellence and innovation. And we've gotten that way because we've had a productive relationship with our Board of Health for 90 years. This current issue is an issue of today, and it will go away eventually. And even if I'm not here, there will be someone here that has to face these decisions. And if I didn't act in the best interest of public health in the position that I was in, I would be guilty of misconduct and malfeasance. I would be, open to liability myself, but more importantly, I might be responsible for harm coming to children and school staff. And I can't live with that. And so I have to exercise my duties to the best of my ability. And I will tell you that our approach to enforcement, Dr. Meyerson and I have been partners in this for a long time. Linda was part of our partnership before that. Our approach to enforcement, and those of you that have been on the board for a long time, you know that our approach to enforcement always starts from a place of support and education. We are not a heavy-handed health department. We have never been. We always, all those environmental health issues that Jim has talked about, we do have a duty to enforce regulations. We do have a duty to make sure that laws are followed. It's part of the public. It's part of protecting the public's health. We always, always, always start from a place of support and education. And that's what we did in working with our school superintendents in partnership. Amanda was on all of those calls. Josh was on all of those calls. Diane was on many of those calls. We had weekly meetings throughout the past year and a half with our school leadership. They, prior to issuing the order, for weeks prior to issuing the order, before the risk trends started to change, they questioned me all the time about why I wasn't issuing an order like Kent County did or Ottawa County did previously. They were, and sometimes pressuring me, because they knew that their school boards probably weren't going to pass an order requiring a policy for universal masking. At the time that we issued the order, about 3 or 4 weeks prior, Dr. Meyerson and I had sent a letter to our school superintendents strongly recommending in big bold letters that they follow the current CDC recommendations. The current CDC recommendations at that time were that schools implement universal masking policies. So when schools were deliberating, school boards were deliberating about what their policies were going to look like, we definitely gave them a chance to do that. We wanted them to be able to do that. We don't ever want to issue an order unless it's absolutely necessary and the only way that we can protect the public's health. So we worked with them. We answered their questions. We reviewed some of their plans. Some of them had better plans than others, but they didn't protect all the children across the region because they didn't all adopt that universal masking policy. I hope that this order is short-lived. Do you know that I've sent you an email recently saying that we're starting, as I said we would. We are monitoring the risk trends every day, every week. We're monitoring the hospital system. We talk with them at least once a week. And we work together to determine what needs to be done to protect the public's health. And enforcement and orders are the last thing that we want. And when we do have to do it, we want it to be for as little time as possible. There are lots of other things that we do every day to protect the public's health, and we continue to do those things. So can we improve? Can we work together in the future? Do I feel I made a mistake? No, I don't feel that I made a mistake. I feel like I did the right thing using my best judgment and the overwhelming medical evidence in the timing that was necessary. Do I acknowledge that it was inconvenient to receive that notification on Friday night? Absolutely. I get it. I didn't like doing that either. We worked on the order all day that day. And, I wanted to get it into the hands of the superintendents who had to implement that order by Monday. Well, right away. It was effective immediately. That was my only intention. I wasn't trying to ruin anybody's football game. I wasn't trying to divide communities. And I would say that there is division in our communities, but I think the division is a little bit interesting, that there are more people in support of this public health measure than there are against it. And so I'm sorry that people are feeling angry. I'm sorry that you're feeling angry. I know that we can work together in the future. Part of my report today, if I get the opportunity to give it, is that, let's reconvene our program and evaluation committee. Those of you that have been on the board for a long time know that committee hasn't met in a long time. Let's reinstitute that regular discussion so we can talk about things like this, so that you can have an opportunity to provide input and assistance when we're facing things like this. That's fine. I'm very open to those things. But I guess that's all I want to say.
Are there any other members that wish to speak?
I have two quick questions, Madam Chair, if I may. Dr. Meyerson, you are medical director for a number of health departments. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, to include District Health Department number 4.
Yep.
Which does not currently have a mask mandate.
Correct.
Why is that? If the mask mandate is so necessary, why is it that District Health Department number 4 does not have a mask mandate?
I can tell you that I recommended, just as I did here, that based on my assessment as the medical director, I recommended that there be universal masking in all the school districts, in all of the school districts that I oversee as far as my 3 health departments. Ultimately that was the health officer there that chose not to do that. I did recommend that we consider in order to require masking. I can give you if you want. I mean, within 2 weeks, the Alpena Public Schools had to shut down. They had no mask mandate. People weren't wearing masks. They had an outbreak and they had to close for a week. The school board then instituted and required masking.
That's a key.
No,
right
and
there,
let me
Doctor.
continue, Scott. That school board has had the same amount of controversy. We didn't save anything. We just redirected the argument to a different board. So it saved our health board from having to sit through this, but we gave that gift to the school board. They're being sued right now, and the number one issue on the point of the plaintiff's attorney is that, well, you shouldn't do that. The health department should do it. It should be up to the health department. If they don't do it, what gives you the authority to do it? So we're back to this kind of no-win situation. And I can also say I have had people and superintendents pleading with us to issue an order. And ultimately, if you want to know why, you would have to ask that health officer, but I can tell you I recommend it.
So your health officer in District Health Department number 4 is wrong in your opinion?
I would not say that. Ultimately, it's her decision.
Okay, I have one other question then for Ms. Peacock. The majority of the state does not have mask mandates in place by their local health officers. Are they wrong?
Not going to say that they're wrong. I don't understand their circumstances in each of their counties. We each have to assess our own, local considerations. Do I feel like all children in Michigan could have benefited from a mask mandate? Yes. Do I understand the circumstances that each of those health officers is facing with the public, the Board of Health, the risks to employment, the risks to, well-being and things like that. And certainly, I would imagine that some of those health officers are considering those risks in their decisions, as did I. But, I can only speak for myself. So no, I don't think they're wrong. Yes, I do feel like all children in Michigan currently, with all of us in high transmission levels, could benefit from a universal mask policy.
I have I have a question as well. Now the Board of Health's gotten at least a couple of different emails from county chairman alluding to, well, if 1, 2, or 3 counties dropped out of the Health Department Northwest, would the Health Department Northwest survive? What are the ramifications? Because that's been floating out there as well.
That's a different question. We're talking about
Okay.
the motion on the floor at this point. We certainly can
Okay.
discuss that.
I would,
But it's particular to the employment
Okay.
and continued contract
right.
with Ms. Peacock. Any other members wish to speak?
Lisa, can you talk about a private school that people don't want to name in Emmett County that chose to not implement a mask mandate?
I don't have direct knowledge of that school.
Okay.
You know, for us to enforce a mask mandate, we have to know that something is happening. So while I've heard rumors, we haven't received any complaints.
Okay.
We haven't.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, that's frankly all I've gotten to, so that's good. Thanks.
Any other discussion from members? I just want to put in my 2 cents. Ms. Peacock has always, in fact, everyone that has been at the health department has always valued communication, feedback, progress, always. Times are challenging. We all know that. But what I do think is that they have shown a tremendous leadership in the past, I think I'm on 11 years now on the board. And we've had some challenges, but the board also has to take some responsibility in those communications as well. So I think we all can move forward. I don't think it's insurmountable by any means. The fact that Ms. Peacock is sitting here knowing that this was going to be a contentious meeting and still showed up and still prepared her report for the board, still is prepared to move forward through this meeting, knowing this was going to be contentious, knowing our last meeting was likely to be contentious, receiving not so kind emails, not so kind voicemails or texts. But in the event that she could, and that we as a board could ensure reasonable safety of the staff in attendance, members, and public, she was able to come to this meeting and still perform in a professional manner. And I think it's our duty as members to do the same. So for me, I just want everyone to kind of know that I don't think this is insurmountable in any means. I think she has continued to try to communicate the way that this board in particular chooses to. She's also recognized that, well, now over half of our board are new members. So it does take some time to navigate that. And we haven't had a lot of time together in person either. So I will call the question. The motion is to terminate the current contract with the health officer, Lisa Peacock, as of December 31st, 2021, pursuant to the provision within the contract dated 11/10/16, which requires 60 days notice, and in the interim to begin the process to hire a health officer to comply with state law and all current contract obligations. A yes vote will result in termination. Roll call, please.
Pallarito,
yes.
Howard,
Yes.
Rubin,
Yes.
Argy,
No?
Rolla,
No.
Hankins,
On advice of our legal counsel, I regretfully vote no.
McInnes,
No.
Coons,
No.
Motion fails. The next item is the medical director contract. The suggested motion is to recommend to the health officer Lisa Peacock to terminate the current contract with the medical director, Dr. Joshua Meyerson, as of March 3rd, 2022 pursuant to the provision within the contract dated 10/30/2000, which requires a 120-day notice and an interim to begin process to hire a medical director to comply with state law, all current contract obligations, and additional requirements, including but not limited to appropriate credentialing. Is there a motion to that effect? Would anyone like to make a motion to that effect regarding the medical director?
I'll make the motion not to terminate him.
We cannot make a motion for something that is already in place. There is no motion. Is there, I am going to, because it was requested to be on the agenda, were there any further questions regarding the medical director position or contract? Yes, Mr. Ruby.
Yeah, it just, I'm just learning the ropes of this. So 3 health departments, is that what you serve on, sir?
Yes, correct.
It seems to me that going forward, either this year or next year, whenever, we should look at decentralizing a little bit. And what I mean by that is I'd be more in favor of, I mean, we already got 4 counties under this health department. I don't know how many counties that those health departments comprise, but I would be in favor of looking at an alternative of we hire our medical director. These contracts get so interwoven sometimes that if I was in his shoes, I'd hate to work for 9 county boards of commissioners is all I'm saying. You know what I mean? I think 4 would be enough for me. I think would be too many, but you know.
Well, to be clear, he works for 3 district health departments. He does not work directly for the county commissioners.
But I assume that there are county commissioners on those health
The
departments.
county commissioners are appointed to the health board. The health board is a separate board.
Mhm.
So I want to make that distinction. Again, there's that kind of distinction about what our roles are as commissioners. versus
I
health
understand
board.
it. I'm just,
Madam Chair, is any of this germane to the business at hand?
I just want to make sure we have
Thank
our
you.
attorney available, that if there were a question, that we had the opportunity to ask those questions. Because I do think they are interwoven. We have several contracts that are interwoven throughout. The reason for that is because it's a cost spread. It allows us to provide more opportunities. Ms. Peacock can certainly, and Dr. Meyerson can certainly speak to that at a follow-up meeting. I don't have a problem putting that on the agenda if somebody would request that. Are there any other questions?
I have one, Karen, regarding Robert's rules. Am I correct in that, well, for want of not thinking of another example right now, I'm just going to use this one. If I had made the motion to recommend about Josh, could I not vote against that then?
No, to make the motion, the maker of the motion has to vote for the motion.
That's what I was saying in a backwards way.
Oh, I'm getting a,
From the parliamentarian
Okay.
is gonna give us an answer to this. You can make a motion but can't speak against. Okay, but you can vote against.
Okay.
All right, does that help?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Julie.
and that's why we have her.
And that's why we have Julie.
So you can make a motion, but you can't speak against, you can vote against.
There you go.
Hearing nobody jumping out ahead of that, we're gonna move on to the chairman request, a removal of the chair board. I did talk to the parliamentarian. There were several conflicts between our bylaws and the Roberts rules, so I had her research it. So the appropriate motion to remove the chair is a motion to elect a new chairman. If the motion were to pass, nominations would then be taken to replace the chair and a vote taken to elect a new chair. Everybody is understanding of that.
What's the
So-
motion?
The first motion is to elect a new chairperson.
Oh, I see. All right. So it's just to say nominations are now open for chair and then,
Well, first you have to make the motion to elect a new chairperson.
okay,
Agreed.
Which effectively says you would like somebody different
okay,
in that position.
okay.
So is there a motion to elect a new chairman?
I would so move.
I'll support.
Jairus, your support? Okay, the motion is to elect a new chairman. Correct? It's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion?
If I may, our bylaws, although in agreement with Mr. McGinnis, they're somewhat brief. We did not meet in October at all, either for our regularly scheduled meeting or for the special meeting that was initially scheduled, which is a violation of our bylaws. A quorum in our bylaws is defined as a quorum shall consist of a majority of the board members, which will include representatives from at least 3 counties. Except for public health emergency issues, county-specific matters shall be acted upon only when that county is represented. The fact that the 2 Emmett County members had resigned should not have prohibited us from having a meeting. Although that was my understanding, that was your decision, Madam Chair. Based on those violations, I would recommend that we seek new leadership for the board.
Anyone else wish to speak on that?
Well, it's my understanding that once the 2 commissioners from Emmett County weren't there and they chose to resign, this Board of Health did not have 8 members and it shall have representation for the 4 counties and it did not. That's my understanding. So,
I'm gonna, if you don't mind, I'm gonna
Yeah,
let Ms.
please.
Vogler address first the first meeting and the reason for cancellation of a regular meeting. And then there was a special meeting that was called and the reason for that not being posted, although it was right there. And then we got notice. So I'll let Ms. Vogler address that, please.
So Scott, this is a pretty easy issue. If you read the preamble, you'll see that the health code trumps these bylaws. So that being said, if you go to 333-2415, which defines a district health department, as Charlie just stated, the district board of health shall, we're back to that word, shall be composed of 2 members from each county board of commissioners. So once the 2 resignations happened, one happened first and then the second one happened, we consulted with MDHHS. And in that discussion, it was made clear that we didn't have a valid board. Statutorily, 333-2415, we did not have a district health department duly organized and composed under that statutory authority. So that was the reason that that meeting did not go forward. It was not the discretion of the chair. It was a statutory mandate.
The reason for the regular meeting being canceled, and you were all made aware. When there had been no requested agenda items outside of regular staff reports. The last meeting had been very contentious. I was not going to be attending because I had other obligations. I contacted the vice chair. He had other obligations, was not able to attend. I heard, and incorrectly, that there was another member that was not going to be able to be in attendance. Having attendance on Zoom didn't work out real well for us last time on our Zoom, given the meeting we had just had. I was also informed at this time that members of the public, members of the board had been blocked from using the restroom at that meeting. That there had been a feeling of lack of security at that meeting. I had somebody encroaching upon staff at our meeting. All of those things made it unsafe, or at least a safety concern, to be able to continue planning for a meeting, which we had no agenda items outside of normal regular reports. So upon talking with legal, talking with the vice chair, talking with the health officer, the decision was made to defer until we could figure those pieces out for safety. And the possibility of no quorum and no agenda items. Now, in that process, and you reached out, and I believe Jairus reached out as well. They asked for, they said, of course we have agenda items. Well, on my board, and I know speaking to Charlie because he asked about all of our rules when he came on, is where are your rules to submit agenda items? Well, we don't have it. It is common practice, and it is practice in my county, that you submit those ahead of time to the chair or to the administrator for consideration to be added to the agenda, so that the staff can provide any documentation that's required for that decision, so that it can be properly noticed for the public, of those who may have interest, for the board members who may have interest in a particular agenda item, and they have the opportunity to comment. Your board members have the opportunity to come prepared and speak intelligibly and be informed. My job is to make you an informed board. So my job in asking the parliamentarian, asking the attorneys, asking for the leadership to be able to provide input on agenda items. So yes, after that, I was identified that people had considerations, would like to have a special meeting. Special meetings do require additional requirements. Litigation had come up, so that all happened after the meeting was canceled. I did call a special meeting. I did request members follow the agenda, the guidelines to submit agenda items, so that we can all be on the same page coming into the room and have a debate like we should. And then as we were finalizing agenda, I got notification that I didn't have representation from Emmett any longer. You were all notified of that as well. Unfortunately, that message was given directly to members of the board, but accusations were made outside of the board that it was my doing. But I assured you, and I explained in my communication in writing to each and every one of you the reasons why, and that legally we had been advised we cannot hold that special meeting until we got representation, of which Ms. Peacock immediately worked with Emmett County, and you can attest to that whether you so choose, but that they needed to appoint and they needed information before they would appoint. So that was the process. As soon as we got appointments, we looked at the schedule. This was the next availability where all parties could be present. It was already planned. We're moving forward. I am not squashing your agenda items, but if you don't bring them to the chair to be placed on the agenda properly, it does a disservice to the entire public body. So is there any other discussion, or can I call the chair?
I would like to make a comment. I'm going to make a forecast. The vote to call the election will result in an election. We will have the same outcome we had in the vote for the vice chair. Then we will have no chair. We will be split. The meeting will be over and we won't meet again for the rest of the year. Let me just make that as a forecast. Am I wrong?
The motion to elect a new chairman has to be a majority vote. Five
Oh, okay.
yeses.
It has to be. a
Oh,
majority
okay,
vote,
all right.
or the
Five
motion
yeses.
clause. Yeah.
Allows for the election to take place. That's a majority vote. The motion is to elect a new chairman. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
McGinnis,
No.
Coons,
No.
Valerito,
Yes.
Powers,
No.
Rubing,
Yes.
Bargy,
No.
Roloff,
No.
Hankins.
Yes.
Motion fails. Legal representation. Next motion or the next item was,
Oh, no, you got an
Oh.
update and revision. of the-
oh, I'm
License
sorry, I
contract.
skipped ahead.
Yeah.
The update and revision of the Board of Health bylaws and rules. I assigned this as an informational. There's quite a few pieces to this that you need to know. One of those things is that we need to properly notice the public with any changes to the bylaws. A lot like any zoning type changes, you have to make sure that you publish, that you make sure that people know that you're going to make changes to your bylaws. Once it's been properly noticed, we can address it at that. In addition, we have identified not only are our bylaws a little bit thin, but that we should have some rules for conduct, some rules for the body on how we move forward, including, and my suggestion is, public comment rules, as well as agenda guidelines or rules to be able to submit the agenda and what that takes, because I've heard multiple times that people would like to know, what's the motion? You keep telling me you're going to talk about it. What's the motion being asked of? So that's an imperative that I think we need to be more clear, have maybe a template for members to be able to submit if they so choose. Talk about code of ethic, our conflict of interest should be incorporated in that. Certainly, we need to address all those things in a bigger format, bigger conversation. I'll hand it over to Ms. Peacock.
Sure. My role in that really is, I mean, certainly the bylaws are your decision, yours to develop. But as the administrative officer of the board, what I could do for you is if you want to get me your markups on the board bylaws that we have now, if you want to bring samples from your counties or other boards that you serve on that seem to be protective for the order of meetings and things like that, I can pull that together and develop somewhat of a draft for your consideration at the next meeting. So I would be happy to do that. I think it would be great to start the new year off with new rules.
I think that's a good idea.
Mr. Pellerito.
We're gonna do this by committee though, right? With the bylaws and have a discussion and open to the public.
We can, and what I would suggest and what we've
I mean,
done
it should be
in
an
the
open
past
process.
is that the, I believe policy and, or which one is the one that I'm, not the finance, policy and
Personnel
procedure,
and finance, program and evaluation.
program and evaluation.
Right.
I think it would fit within that committee. I think that, Ms. Peacock is our administrative officer, acts in a lot of way of gathering the information for us, putting together a draft based on those, I would suggest all of our counties submit what we have as our rules, our code of ethics, that kind of thing, and have them compile it into a document that makes sense. And then the program and evaluation meet to discuss what those pieces are, what they'd like to strike, how they'd like to see it. At which point, if we can, and that's a big if, but if we can manage to get that pushed together prior to December and noticed. Now, we might not be able to do the notice of the final bylaws in time. It might have to wait, but we could certainly talk about the rules. Once the committee's done, bring it to the board. Let's have a discussion, make any changes to that draft, and then move forward in adopting what we feel is reasonable for this body.
Okay.
Ms. Vogler had a comment
So-
about bylaws.
So it's kind of cool because one of the roles of a professional registered parliamentarian is you can actually retain them to review your bylaws, right? And Robert's Rules, chapter 18, it's Roman numerals. So, it's under chapter 18, but it's section 56. Has a sample set of bylaws. So anybody who's interested in contributing to drafting new bylaws or, adding sections to our existing bylaws might want to start with looking at, chapter 56 and 57 in Robert's Rules. And then, after the committee, discusses those, if they think it'd be helpful to have Julie, who's been great helping us here today. She's part of the Michigan State Extension. That's something that can be talked about too. I've gone out and gotten these and they all, when you start reading them, they all, kind of light up triggers in your head about what would be better to have in writing so that there's no, gosh, are we supposed to do it that way? Are we supposed to do it this way? So
I think
there's a lot of
having a
resources.
Robert's Rules person from MSU Extension participate, I think that asking our health officer to do that in her spare time might not be the best use to her time.
Well, she can facilitate it.
Right. Facilitate is
Certainly,
fine.
if there's no objections, we can find a parliamentarian, either Ms. Pioche or a qualified individual that would fill that role and availability. Is there any objection to that?
You can all submit something that you think is important. And then the whole committee can sit down. If Scott's got some ideas and Jairus has got some ideas, all those can, a draft of that in writing to the committee, and the committee passes it over and then brings it back before the full board. But it's kind of important to, I think, give at least 30 days notice to the public by posting whatever the final draft is before you move forward to adopt it or consider it as a full board.
Well, we've got a 14-page set of rules and they're not there by accident. They're all written in blood because something happened somewhere.
Yeah,
You know.
true. Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
and our code of ethics and conduct and our rules of public, which I think our set of rules today for public comment went, I think it calmed everything down. People spoke. Most people came in at a 1 minute and 58 seconds. So I'm for it.
Well, that would be, I direct Ms. Peacock to arrange for that committee to meet. I know, as previously mentioned, Mr. Kuntz would prefer a late afternoon meeting to be able to accomplish that, if that's a reasonable time frame to kind of work towards for everybody on that committee.
Yeah,
That would be Jared,
Who's on the committee? I'm,
yourself,
okay.
Ms. Powers, Kuntz, and you're not on that? No.
Could you say that once more? Who's on that committee?
What committee are we talking?
It's everybody who's not on the finance committee.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
How's that? Everybody?
The other four.
I got three names.
The other four.
Right.
I guess me then, because I'm.
Yeah.
finance.
Yes,
Yeah, it would
but
be.
you just told me you weren't on it.
I didn't
Shirley,
know I was.
Oh, look.
it's the Program and Evaluation Committee, and it says shall be responsible to investigate new program concepts, develop long-range target strategy, review existing programming and licensure. So it's a committee that would be appropriate to consider new bylaws and submit those. Well, we're.
Jairus, Julie, Matt, and Scott.
Thank you.
There you go.
I'm sorry, I probably should have used last names, but
Now, you were talking about having a parliamentarian give us an outline for that, though. Is that still gonna?
yeah,
It
Ms.
might be more
Peacock will,
productive to have something to work with.
yes, Ms. Peacock will work with finding appropriate parliamentarian, setting up the meeting, having documents prepared in order to have that discussion
Yeah,
and
that-
be productive.
better if we had something to.
I don't anticipate we're going to be there before December meeting,
Okay.
but if we can start in that path and you can get, even if you give a report, if you get like just the public comment, we can certainly move forward on that. I want to make sure though that everybody has an opportunity to review it. We'll have discussion and any changes requested, then we'll work on that at the meeting that it's presented at and keep moving forward.
Madam Chairman, I have a question. Maybe it's because I'm getting older and getting later in the day. We're talking about the bylaws and rules that we have. And this was redone in March of 2003. So that we're going to update it is what we wanted to do. Well, this has been working quite well for us. And I think it's a good time to look at it and if see something else. So now that I know what it's really doing, I just don't want it to give me like 20 pages. And I got more to look at. Yeah.
Understood, but the bylaws can defer to the board rules. So it doesn't have to substantially change every piece of that and incorporate every piece. The bylaws can still be very limited to have tos. Whereas the rules would then guide us, instead of going right to Robert's rules, we can do our rules. If it's not addressed in our rules, Robert rules prevails.
Yeah, right.
And that's how your bylaws would then be written. But there's a lot of things that we do need to address. One of those
Absolutely.
things,
'Cause I'm
and that
looking
a fixed date and time in place. There's some, we do have to have some discussion about that, obviously. But being able to and how to establish that, because I think that we've learned, or at least I have learned in this experience, is that we had some things come to light that we didn't have an opportunity to have a meeting to have a resolution. We just didn't. But you wanted to have a meeting. And in order to facilitate that meeting, we had to have it somewhere other than where we originally planned. So those are the things that need to be discussed as well. How can we accomplish the things that we want to, that might reasonably come to light and in the best possible way? So I'm gonna leave that in your hands. Okay. And you should hear from her or Jen when that starts to come together and have that meeting. Any other discussion on updates of bylaws and rules? Okay. Legal counsel services for the health department review, replacement options and action requested. Motion that prepared for you is to recommend to the health officer, Lisa Peacock, to seek new legal counsel through RFP process by December 31st, 2021, and to dismiss current legal counsel upon acceptance of proposal. Is there a motion to that effect?
I'll make that motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
And I'd like to speak to that, please. I thought it was fantastic that Jim actually spoke. I think we heard his name once in January, and it would have been helpful to have that information way sooner than now, way after the fact. And then going back to September 7th, I'm sure Ms. Vogler regrets the wording that was used, but that erupted that meeting into chaos, her comments. And I find that unacceptable. That's all I have to say.
Anybody else wish to speak?
Well, I will say we have, I'm sorry, with somebody raising here, we have some pretty major legal issues in front of us right now. And the best thing you can do to help the other side is cripple your own legal team. And I would say that Ms. Vogler is, I think, I can't evaluate what the words used to represent, to characterize the group that was in the audience last time, but everything I've read suggests that was probably the nicest thing that could have been said about some people in there, but I wasn't here and I don't want to get into that. But truly, there are some major legal issues. Jim has been very helpful. He recommended that Lisa Vogler follow on. She's a local attorney. I'm quite comfortable. I realize I've only been here, this is my first meeting, but I have already had some experience with her. I mean, as soon as I read the rules, I had legal questions right away and she was able to answer them for me right away. That were very important. And so I'm quite comfortable with the counsel that's here and I'd hate to make the decision based on those words.
So the way I read this motion, it's a recommendation to Ms. Peacock. And is this a binding, this is not a binding resolution, I don't think, is it? Or
It is not a binding resolution because she is the administrative officer. you need to make the recommendation for her to seek other legal counsel, because she is the person who seeks legal counsel in the first place. It's not the Board of Health. We don't have that role. We don't hire independent contractors. We don't hire the cleaning crews.
So even if this were to pass, it's Lisa Peacock's call, how I understand it.
Ultimately, it is her decision. But that, the board has indicated a preference for her to remove current legal counsel. She would have to consider for.
I appreciated Mr. Young's explanation, and frankly, it weighed heavily in my vote. I watched via Zoom, I watched the legal proceedings in Otsego County, and I thought the school's attorney did a phenomenal job arguing their position. Ms. Vogler echoed, but did not really present an argument, in my opinion. And I agree that her comments to the people in attendance on September 7th in Charlevoix were very inflammatory. And in fact, I think set the room over the edge. And I would not expect that from a legal professional. Words matter. And I don't support her continuing. I appreciate Mr. Young's explanations, and I would support us using Mr. Young in the future, but I would not support Ms. Vogler.
Anyone wish, any other members wish to speak on the matter? I'm going to defer to, oh, I'm sorry.
I would just like to say, when we say one word, the word that comes to my mind because of my emails and my phone calls, of which there have been hundreds, the word that I heard the most was trust. We can't trust the attorney. We can't trust Lisa. And that was so important in terms of moving on from here. So I would say we need someone we can trust.
Erin, I have something else to say too.
Yes, ma'am.
I guess this is my day to repent for everybody. I came into the meeting today. When I went out that other meeting, I was upset. I mean, what you said, the peanut gallery. Man, I was upset. I have been upset over this for how long it's been. Then I started really thinking about it. And I thought, I have to get back on my right path. I can't condemn somebody forever. I came up to Lisa today, and I have been, really bad. Probably have said something to Scott too, that I really didn't like you. You made it clear to me that day what you were capable of. And I thought, oh God, I can't do that. We all make mistakes. We all say stuff that we shouldn't. I'm number one, but I think we should give the lady a chance. And she's been working with Jim Young. I've known him forever. And if he's picked her to work for him too, then I have faith in you. I don't think we'll ever hear something like that again. I think it's probably the best thing that happened to you, that it woke you up too. I really do, but I don't think we should keep condemning people all the time, because we're all different. We all make mistakes, and we all learn, hopefully by our mistakes. And I'm one of the people that will give somebody else a chance. I'm willing to give Lisa another chance. Let her prove to me exactly what she can do and what she can't do. If she don't do what I want her to, or what, then let's get rid of her. But we aren't giving this young lady a chance either.
She did step into one of in one of our most contentious meetings in history, so. I'm gonna, Lisa has some info she'd like to, or something she'd like to speak on, and then, I
Yeah,
think Jim did too.
I just want to share that the importance of legal counsel to a health officer. You can see from Jim's presentation, all of the legal information that provides us a framework for our work and our obligations and our duties. And I am not a lawyer. I am not a lawyer, and neither is any other health officer in the state. And throughout this pandemic, we have needed legal advice more than we ever have in the past. And we always do, because we do deal with regulations and laws and things like that. And we are not lawyers. We're not charged with interpreting those laws. We rely on our legal counsel. The public health code, as Jim described today, is it's a law that not all lawyers practice, and it takes a specialized focus. At the health department, I just want you to know too, that at the health department, we don't only utilize Jim Young and Lisa Vogler. And I do have to say that this is one thing I wish I could go back and do. At that meeting, I remember that Karen could hardly call the meeting to order because people were yelling from the beginning. Yelling, talking over us, calling us names, holding signs in our faces, moving in on our staff. There was disorder before the meeting even started. And I'll never forget some of the things that were said to me directly that day. I'll never forget those words that were used to insult me that day and attack me that day, including a woman who came up to me at the end of the meeting when most of you were gone and got within an inch of my face and made a derogatory comment about my weight. So I will never forget the assaults of that day either. That was a bad day. I hope any of us ever experience a day like that again. So I think we can, safely say that none of us want to repeat the events of that day, none of those events. But we don't only utilize these two attorneys, we utilize Laura Dinan from Plunkett and Cooney. She's been a longtime representative of the health department for all of our employment matters and, some contract issues. But when it comes to public health code, we have always relied on Jim. As I became a health officer 7 years ago, I met Jim. I was introduced to him by Linda, and he had already moved out of the area, was still doing some work in the area. And we talked to then about the fact that he wasn't going to continue to do that forever, but we were his first client and we were his last client. And he was happy to stay on to help us through my initial stages as a health officer. And I have appreciated that immensely. I think it was last year in 2020 that he really started to, say to me that he was going to need to be able to move on eventually. And so what I would have said to you if I had it to do over again at the start of the last meeting, I would have introduced Lisa to you. And I would have said, this is the person that Jim Young and I have discussed that he has pointed out to me and, selected as the local attorney who has the most knowledge of the public health code that he felt could really take his place. And he joined her firm of counsel so that he could start to transition this public health work to her. And I would have shared that with you if that meeting had started differently and I had had the opportunity. And that is a big regret that I had, because I think, you would have gotten to know each other in a different way. So, and I do have to say that in the course of active litigation, which has been part of our world recently, there's no time to go backwards. We just have to keep moving forward. The court dates are set, the hearings are set. You have to respond. I have to be there. I have to give testimony. I have to sit in front of that judge and in front of that plaintiff's attorney. And I have to have a lawyer that I trust so that I can look out for the best interests of the health department, because that is my job. And so whatever you decide, I just want you to know how important that partner is to me.
Thank you. Jim, did you have anything on this matter? You're muted, so.
Unmute.
No, he just has to unmute himself if he wishes to speak.
He unmute himself, or do you want me to find out?
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
There you
Oh,
go.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Now
Yes,
we
sir.
can.
Something happened, my friends. Right now, the screen is like 2 inches wide. So I apologize. Please understand that I recommended Attorney Vogler. I had prepared a memo. I don't know if all of you saw that, but I worked with her in some complex litigation in Benzie Leelanau District Health Department. Saw her interact. I've seen her in the courtroom, obviously a lot. And I trust her judgment. I will be blunt, and as I've always have been with everybody, that comment was not appropriate. And if she were, as a member of my firm, I would have talked with her about that. However, you've got to look at the context of that meeting. And so, to be blunt, would that alter my recommending her to continue? No, it would not. Because I want someone to take my place who's going to be a good advocate in the courtroom, out of the courtroom, and who can communicate hopefully well, ideally, with the health officer and medical director, and also with you folks. So while I think that comment, I'm sure she would want to take it back, I evaluate it in the context of the environment of that meeting. I watched probably a third of it. And all I can say, and this is for any other males that are my age, when you've got to go, you got to go. There would have been a bigger issue if I had to go to the bathroom and somebody was stopping me. So that being said, my friends, that's my comment. And understand your motion is really simply a statement of recommendation, if you will, that Lisa can follow or not follow. And I really want to see things, all of you, I respect you for what you're doing, go smoothly. So all I ask is that we try and work together as a team, because, you know, anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Any other member comment? I want to speak to this a little bit. Unfortunately, I have had the privilege of speaking with Ms. Vogler way more than I ever want to speak to an attorney, because it was important to get it right. And public health code is a specialized field. It just happens to be. It's a statutory law. And, you know, none of us thought we were going to be in this situation, but I want the health officer and the health department to be able to identify and utilize the person best suited for the matter at hand. She may not be the best suited for contract law, and Ms. Peacock should have the ability to find somebody who is best suited for contract law. As for litigation that you have recently witnessed, that is a joint defense. So I believe that has to do with procedure in how it's presented, less than who presented or didn't present. It is a joint defense. I just really think, you know, when we have issues with labor, we talk to a labor attorney and we look for the best one that is there. I don't want to tie our hands of our health officer to be able to do that. Any other member comments? Are we ready for the question? I'll call the question. The motion is to recommend to the health officer, Lisa Peacock, to seek new legal counsel through RFP process by December 31st, 2021, and to dismiss current legal counsel upon acceptance of proposal. Roll call, please.
Rubin,
Yes.
Harvey,
No?
Roloff,
No,
Hankins,
Yes.
McKenna,
No.
Coontz,
No.
Calorito,
Yes.
Powers.
Yes.
Motion tied, motion fails.
Karen, as you look at your agenda, I had a birthday over the weekend. My wife gave me a hell of a party. Today, it's her birthday. And she's at home.
Well, we're gonna wrap it up here.
That's all I want to know.
Does anybody want a break before we plow through the final end?
Go.
All right, so we're moving forward. Let me get my papers in order. Needs a copy and the rest go to the members down this way, please.
Is there enough here?
Yep, there should be.
Okay.
The whole packet goes to Pellerito. Everybody take one section and you.
Thank you.
All right. I think I am almost in order.
What is this?
I'll address that in a minute. I just wanted to get everybody's hands. Nope, that's part of the communication to the board. So I'll address that in a minute.
Okay.
All right. So staff reports focused on program evaluation process. Everybody received a written report because we've had so much discussion and whatnot. Are there any other updates from Ms. Peacock or the board outside of that written report?
Yeah, no, I submitted the written report and then I also sent you an email regarding changes that Dr. Myers and I are considering and working with our schools on regarding the public health order. So I think the next steps really will be to convene the programming evaluation committee and I will be in touch with you this week.
Now, if there's a change to the order, how is that going to be communicated to the board? And are we going to request a special meeting before any changes are made?
I will tell you that the schools, when we make changes to the order, they are effective immediately and they have to implement those. So having special meetings to make changes to an emergency order is just not very functional. I am more than happy to have a discussion with the committee. I am more than happy to communicate via email as I have been doing. You are more than welcome to pick up the phone and call me at any point and ask questions. But for, I think what we would like to do is eventually be able to lift this order. And, that maybe sooner, by the end of the year, we have all the things in place that we've been waiting for. We hopefully will be vaccinating kids by the end of this week. We have people that need boosters that are able to get them. And hopefully by the end of the year, we'll have those major protective factors in place that we'll be able to be implementing. And so those are the discussions. We need to discuss these things with the schools because it's not just a matter of lifting the order. They have to implement preventative measures. And we'd like to see some consistency across the jurisdiction in how they do that. And so the more important interaction is between us and the schools. My intention with you is to keep you informed and to keep you informed about the metrics and things like that that we're using to make those decisions so that if you get questions about it, you know how to answer them.
Right.
But please be aware that it could go either way. Those metrics are being looked at each day. So it could be that it stays the same. It could be that it lifts a little bit or is more lenient. So I'm asking the board at this time, the problem that we know we're going to be faced with is phone calls start going out to board members before the actual order is changed. Rumors start awfully quick, and that is a disservice to our community as well. And so, Ms. Peacock reaching out as part of that process of speaking with the superintendents, letting us know and getting that issued, it may happen all at once. So we need to know how the board feels about that moving forward.
I'm not too worried about getting my feelings hurt. I think you need to do it the way that's the most efficient way for the schools to find out.
And previously, we all received the same communication that the superintendent received.
If I'm the second one to hear after the superintendent or something, that's fine.
Does that sound acceptable to everyone at this point?
Well, I don't understand why the board can't be notified along with the superintendent, especially in their counties, or just a carbon copy, and that way we're all in that same loop.
Sounds like sure you're willing to do that, Lisa. Right?
Yeah, and actually with the issuance of the order, I notified the board first before the school, so that's not a problem.
The superintendents meet with the leadership staff on a regular basis.
Mm-hmm.
For us to intervene in that particular meeting is not appropriate, at least in my opinion, because one, we have a quorum issue then, because again, posting and we'd all have an opportunity to speak. But certainly when those orders are issued, we're copied that everything goes out at the same time. I think that we all have agreement on that. Okay. And if you have an issue, if you could please pick up the phone and talk to Ms. Peacock, or you're more than welcome to speak with me. I'm more than willing to have the discussion. If you think we need to have a special meeting, then you need to speak with me and let me know that you would like to request a special meeting. I cannot read minds. I respond to phone calls faster than I do to emails. And Ms. Peacock is more accessible through Jen. So if you have an immediate need, Jen has been very gracious to take all of our calls and get them to the right people in the fastest time available.
Karen, you handed these things out, which is just dandy, but you know, if Chris Christensen had been on the Emmett County Board, this would have been a violation of our code of ethics and conduct. There is nothing in this letter that's other than his own personal opinions. When he's away from a board meeting, he has no right using county letterhead and signing it as the board chairman. The board took no action. Shirley
No.
did not participate in this.
No, and it's, like you said, I think it was from him.
Yeah, but he signs it, Charlevoix County Board Chairperson. He wasn't authorized to sign it as the board chair. You're not authorized to write stuff and just sign it. So I just want to say, and I sent a reply out when these things came out the other day. All very amusing to know what's on Chris's mind, but he's one of 6 over in Charlevoix County, and so it's worth the paper it's written on. I just wanted to say that.
Well, I will address that because I kind of stumbled into it. I did pass those out because they were distributed. They were distributed concerning the Board of Health from Montego, and there was 2 communications from Charlevoix. So I wanted to make sure everyone on this board had copies as it pertained to our board. So if there's any further discussion, I did not have a conversation with either of the authors of those letters. I had not heard anything from either of them. So those, that's not with my input.
Yep. No, I understand. I just wanted to say that.
It's for your information. I felt it was appropriate as a communication. All right, so program evaluation process, you had the written report. Any questions on the written report from Lisa Peacock? Not hearing any. Community Health Director in relation to needs assessment and funding sources, again, under the umbrella of program evaluation with Kathleen. Was there any questions regarding that written submission? Seeing none. Family Health Director in relation to accreditation, Amanda Thompson. Was there any questions in relation to the written submission? Not seeing any. Environmental Health Services Director in relation to the land use program staffing is for Dan Burrell. Is there any questions? Not seeing any. Regional Planning Director Jane Schumacher in relation to program planning, implementation, and improvement. Again, a written report. Any questions? Not seeing any. And then the Medical Director Josh Meyerson with the American Academy of Pediatrics article, and he also submitted the communicable disease report. Are there any questions? Not seeing any. See how fast I got through those?
My wife doesn't thank you, but.
Taking her out to dinner, I hope.
All right, we already talked about the public rules, board of rules, so we got that taken care of with personnel and finance, or I'm sorry, with the program and evaluation. Personnel and finance accounts payable for September. I need a motion to recommend approval of the September bills in the amount of $566,544.31 and the employee expenses of $16,422.17. Is there a motion to that effect?
I so move.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, we reviewed the itemized bills. What's ever happened with? I've not approved the bills from September.
So there was 2 of 3 that approved.
Okay.
And I brought with me today the legal invoices, and I was hoping you could circle them while we're here, the areas that you would like more
Sure.
information on, and both
Sure.
attorneys have agreed to provide that detail. So
Okay.
I thought maybe you and I could take care of that.
Thank you.
So there was a question in some of the wording of the legal billings. There was a concern that Ms. Peacock had utilized the attorneys for personal issues. That is not true. There's additional documentation. Both attorneys have assured, at least me, and I don't know if Shirley, and I wasn't at that particular meeting, but that they work for the health department in health department matters, including the Board of Health Department matters. Now, some of those entities that you may assume would be related to another item are not. We currently a lot of excuse me, a lot of communication with other attorneys, given litigation. We also have a lot of communication with our health order, with ongoing issues related to the health order with DHHS and also state officials. So those are some of the things that were of concern. And Rob, you can go ahead and look at that. Again, the finance is there to audit, not necessarily approve. That is those, once we approve the budget, then the health officer expends, and as long as it's appropriate expenditures, then that is our role, is to audit at the finance committee and to ask questions if there's so.
And that's all I had, the questions. Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
So, and it takes 2 out of the 3 that typically show up. There's 4 on the committee.
We had 3 present.
Yep. All right.
So we've had a number of people that have asked how much our legal bills are. Are we allowed to know that, or is that private?
I don't think that's but in relation to what specifically, because we have other issues than just the mask mandate. Or are you asking for specific litigation? Certainly with specific litigation, so Let Them Breathe versus the Health Department, Gaylord. Those are very specifically tracked for cost center. So that's not a problem at all. We can do that. A lot of those bills are in process still, to be honest with you.
Right, but we should still know
Ongoing.
where we're at as
Yep.
of.
Definitely do that.
It's just that we
I
have to be
yeah, I have
mindful
them
of-
here.
Yeah, we have to be mindful of attorney-client privilege that's contained in the invoices, but all the board members here are my client and Jim's client, so you certainly can review those. It's just that we can't allow them to be distributed in any way without redactions.
I don't need to distribute them, but I've got people asking me, how much have we spent on this lawsuit against Let Them Breathe?
We can get that number.
And I don't
for you.
have that. And I don't have how much increased legal fees we've spent since the mandate was issued.
So that's
So-
something I'm sure that Lisa could get with admin. and get it done.
I have to break it down.
That's a little bit different in that mandate because of putting together the mandate or because of the utilization of staff for us being able to legally meet and to be able to do the things that we wanted to do. All of these things occurred after the mask mandate, but it's not maybe directly related to the mask mandate. And so that's why I'm asking for more specific of what you are asking for.
Just since September 1st.
And Lisa can get that for you and prepare a summary. And
You're looking for
email that out.
dollar amounts.
Yep. So they want the litigation costs and then mask mandate related costs outside of the litigation. Correct?
I appreciate if you'd share that with all the board members.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thanks. That'd be helpful.
As long as it doesn't give away one shred of technical
Yeah.
benefit, because the other side clearly wants this information. I'd be delighted to know what they're spending, but frankly, I don't care.
I think they just want the numbers.
They just want the numbers so they can say, look, they're spending a lot of money, because they should be just going and doing, they should let us win.
And Antrim County got the same question regarding a lawsuit regarding the election. It was specific to the cost spent on the election, which was easy to track because we had a separate cost center for that. But that's what we're looking for, and she will get an email out to all of you as a gross number, summary number. The motion is been made by Kuntz, seconded by Roloff. Is there any further discussion on the September AP and employee expenses? Roll call, please.
Roloff,
Yes.
Jenkins,
Yes.
McKenna,
Yes.
Kuhn,
Yes.
Valerito,
Yes.
Powers,
Yes.
Ruby,
Yes.
Farkey.
Yes, motion passes. I made a motion that the finance committee, or I'm sorry, I made a motion to approve the October bills in the amount of $727,634.03 and the October employee expenses of $15,906.54. Is there someone who would like to make that motion?
I will.
Shirley's my first. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
It's been first and second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Ruby,
Yes.
Farkey,
Yes.
Roloff,
Yes.
Jenkins,
Yes.
McKenna,
Yes.
Kuhn,
Yes.
Valerito,
Yes.
Powers.
Yes.
Oh, we're getting there. I did say we'd talk about vice chair. I am going to appoint Shirley pro tem vice chair at this time. We will revisit it. We will have that discussion, but she is the secretary. So she's the other, she already holds an office. We will need to establish a vice chair at some point, but Shirley, if you will take that role.
Yes.
Reluctantly so.
Yeah, any other jobs out there for me?
Gotta keep you busy.
I am busy.
So if there's no objections, we'll move in that direction and we will put it on to address again at a later meeting. And then finally, I need to identify and approve the next meeting place and time. Again, we have been asked not to go to the Charlevoix Library. This venue seemed to work out very well, in my opinion. The criteria that we're looking for is that we have video equipment and so that we can in fact broadcast for the Zoom, that people can hear us. We did do an overflow room. We did have some additional monitors out so that people who wanted to attend in public could attend in public. We did have law enforcement that graciously, thank you very much, attended our meeting today just to ensure that everybody felt like they had a safe place to voice their concerns with public comment. I think it worked out well.
It did.
I don't know how the rest of y'all feel, so I want to know if we set this as our meeting place and time for our next meeting in December, is that going to work out for everybody?
I don't have a problem with attending here, but twice now you've mentioned that law enforcement has been in attendance. We had 3 police officers in attendance in Charlevoix as well. We had the chief, the deputy chief, and a patrol officer there. So I want that recognized as well.
Yes, there were.
You're getting picky.
No, ma'am. I just want it to be a matter of public record because the chair has made it a matter of public record.
We did have law enforcement, in fact, at the invite of myself and Ms. Peacock at our last meeting. Unfortunately, we seem to have a very loud meeting. And it was very, that venue did not work out as well for that particular event.
What about centrality? I mean, we got Emmett County people here. This is a lot further for them, even their constituents who might want to come here. You got 4 counties, you try to kind of find a middle ground. There's more places than just the library in Charlevoix or Charlevoix County or.
I think that's something we could deal with going forward. And if we want to have the next meeting here, since this one worked out, I can get here.
I mean, you know, Emmett County, you can use it. You can use a big room, but you have to go through metal detectors, and because it's all the courthouse and the county are in the same building, but you know, the room is a little bit bigger than this.
So we'll assign our health officer to explore different options within the different areas. Charlevoix was our primary. But in interim, let's go ahead and move forward with doing our December meeting here, if that's acceptable. And
I think we should do a motion. We should do it proper then and have at least a motion on the.
so is there a motion to approve the next meeting place and time being, you'll have to give me a date, December,
7th? That's Tuesday. Is
the
that what
first
that would be?
Tuesday? Yep.
I bring
First
my
Tuesday.
paper-based calendar.
Yes.
We always do them. Tuesday.
December 7th, 10 a.m. at Antrim County Board of Commissioners room. 9 a.m. if a finance committee or personnel, or I'm sorry, program and evaluation is called, those will be at 9 a.m. And you'll get notification if that's necessary. Again, we're trying to accommodate program and evaluation prior to that, though. Also, we have an evaluation for our health officer that is due before the end of the year. So we will be looking to set that up. If you have any, I believe we've submitted in the past that asked for any of the, we had a board form.
We do. We have a form that we use. There's a form that I fill out, a form that you fill out. You send it to all the board members. I meet with the Personnel and Finance Committee typically, but you invite everyone, if whoever wants to come.
So that's open to all board members to participate in. It is closed because it's an employee evaluation and by employee request. We will get out the description of the job description. You've already got the contract in your packet from today and the evaluation form, if you so choose to submit. Please do so as soon as possible. Once you get that, we will call and make sure that if anybody has not returned one, if you choose to, we'll give you a heads up because I don't know what time that meeting's going to be called at this point.
Do you,
So
do you
it's-
chair that meeting, Karen?
Shirley is the chair of that meeting.
All right, so you gotta open the meeting in an open session and then go in at the request and cite all the language from the OMA, the specific citation to go into a closed session pursuant to the request of the.
I attend that meeting and I
Okay.
make sure we comply with what we have to for the closed portion of that
Yeah.
meeting.
I'm taking your place already.
That's right.
Sorry, Madam Chairman, do we have a motion on the
Yeah,
floor?
well, we don't have a motion yet. There's a suggested
Okay,
motion for
suggest-
December 7th at 10 a.m.
Sorry.
at Antrim County Board of Commissioners room. Do I have a motion to that effect? I'm sorry, was that Scott?
That was me. And then I banged the microphone.
A second?
I'll second.
I'll take Scott. He's battling out over there with Charlie already.
Right.
All right, any further discussion?
Done.
Hearing none, roll call, please.
Howard,
Yes.
Valerito,
Yes.
Kuhn,
Yes.
McKenna,
Yes.
Pinkham,
Yes.
Rolla,
Yes.
Hardy,
Yes?
Rubin.
No.
All right, at the risk of opening up a can of worms, any other unfinished business? And adjourn, thank you very much for your time.
I think we lost you.